And we are back. Welcome back to a always welcome, very poorly planned 3 drinks minimum. I am Low Energy, master of none, fun to some, and I am joined by Mango. She might be some. Hi.
Hello, hello.
As always, as an Egypt, I forgot to check my sound balance to make sure if I'm on. Luckily, I am. Christ.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. But welcome back, everybody. It's going to be a good night tonight. I've got a big pile of food and drink. Got a little bit of Fireball left. Some Linden's Village cider, which is not the best cider, but it's nice and cold, and it's been really humid today. Don't forget, I live in a swamp, which means in the wintertime, it gets frigid and unpleasant. In the summertime, it gets the opposite, but still unpleasant. So I got that, and I have chilling in the fridge a full bottle of Jack Daniels, which seems like a little bit of overkill now thinking about it, and probably could have saved like 20 quid by getting something smaller. Oh well, I'm terrible holding my money. Hi, Mango.
Hello, hello. It's great to be back.
We missed you. How you doing, hun?
Overall, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Got
Yeah, what are
some
you drinking?
stuff. Oh, right now I am drinking a Mike's Harder Hurricane Punch.
Ooh, we don't have them over there yet, but I've seen Cobes drinking them a few times. Foreshadowing. Um,
Well, this
but
one's a new flavor they came out with recently. And you know what? It's actually a lot better than the lemonades.
Um, I will always miss the Bailey's drinks that they used to sell around these parts. They were in little cans, and they were like they were Bailey's drinks infused with like caramel or mocha or espresso. And you know, if you ever had those sort of like frozen coffee drinks, they're like that, but they're also Baileys. So you drink enough of them, they'll get you drunk, but sugar drunk. So happy drunk until the next morning, unless you're smart and have some fucking painkillers before going to bed and drink plenty of water in between. Egypts. So of course I often woke up with a hangover because I'm an Egypt.
Well,
Um,
I have a surefire uh hangover cure that I use. When I wake up and I'm hungover, 2 ibuprofen, an entire bottle of Pedialyte, and something so fucking greasy that no human should consume it.
so replace the first two things with paracetamol and Lucozade, and you got yourself an English breakfast on Monday. um, all right, let's get the shilling out of the way. You'll find Mango's links down there below, along with a little thing that goes up, and I might recommend that you hit it because that's the like button. And if you're not already subscribed between now and the end of it, may I suggest that you do that and be one of the cool kids and one of those losers who don't subscribe or share for that matter. Seriously, I think of all the things to share were probably the best because, you know, you always want. What am I saying the best? The best is when you give me money. And the link to Streamlabs is right down there below. That's the best thing you could do for me is give me money. Because I
Uh,
fucking squandered a lot of it.
I think that Billy Boy Blue right now owes you a few bucks. $1 dono for every
Oh, yes!
mango laugh.
Are we putting you on the fucking spot? When it gets to 5 and you're over 5 now, send it, because no one wants the $1 donations constantly flooding in. You can round it up, but if you're a man of your word, you know what the fuck you're doing.
You kind of fucked yourself on this one there, Billy Boy Blue, because
I think he's a bit
I
of a
get giggly.
sub. I think he's a bit of sub in bed because he likes to be abused like this. He usually sets himself these atrocious pay pig like rules and then he follows them to the letter. And I'm like, okay, I'll take all this money. Thank you. We're joking, of course. You don't have to. I'd appreciate it. And as you well know, the money up there, I actually need to talk about this because the money up there is going towards, as you know, ad free. So any videos we watch won't have ads on them because I'll bite the bullet, or rather you will, and I'll have YouTube Premium. But once this bar is filled up, so another 25, give or take, euro, all the money from here on out, with the exception of Krendar's money, will go towards the trip. Because don't forget, in September, we are off to Philadelphia for a meetup. Anyone can come. Anyone can come. We welcome you with open arms, not John Morgan, but anyone else can come. And, you know, we will welcome you with open arms, not Joe either, I suppose. Actually, okay, most people can come. And we will welcome you with open arms. We are going to be wandering about. Raisin Girl's birthday is on the 12th. I'm landing on the 11th of September. Oh, something happened then, but I can't remember what because of alcohol. Oh well, I'll figure it out when I'm standing up in the observation tower of Building 2. That's still around, isn't it? Why is everyone go quiet all of a sudden? Why am I hearing boos from the people of New York all of a sudden? What is this? 2003? No, seriously.
Oh my god.
All right, so yeah, no, we're gonna be up in Philadelphia. We got the fan meetup, but there one thing we are definitely gonna do is throw hatchets. We got some hatchet throwing shit planned. We're also gonna wander around the boardwalk, and you know anyone can come. Just remember that if you want to come, make sure you're part of our Discord. Link in the doobly-doo. There you go. All right. I think that's it. I think that's everything that really matters in this grand scheme of things called life. Raisin's B-Day is 7/12. Yeah, well, I don't know if it is the 12th, but we are celebrating it on the 12th. I've asked her what she wants to do, and she still
I
hasn't
think
made her
that
mind
Billy
up.
Boy Blue meant 9/12 because 7/12 is July.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't spot that either. Silly sausage. I think an American would fucking have that number ingrained into their fucking skull. For a whole bunch of reasons. 9/11. That before 2001, that meant something else, and it still technically does. But unless it has it changed? Is 911 still the emergency number?
Yeah, 911 is still the emergency number, but chances are if you call 911, you'll get put on hold.
Did they have the really condescending music playing? Like nice, soft opera music? Because I can imagine that during a shootout.
Not quite. There's this one thing that they always play on like government lines that's really annoying. It's not quite what you described, but it's worse. It's worse.
Is it Enya?
No, actually.
I know
It's
in
this
Japan, in
weird like
China, they do that.
instrumental thing.
Oh, is it like the acoustic guitar that slowly plays? And it almost sounds like there should be like some sort of like sea breeze in the background.
No, I'll have to find a link for it, but it's so stupid. Hold on, let me see if I can find it cuz it's the
Sure.
worst.
Um. Uh. Mm, mm. All right. I'm also, like I said, I'm eating. What I'm eating is I got a bunch of these little triangle hash brown things. Nice and crispy. I drizzled some sea salt and vinegar, and I got some chicken goujons. It's all I've eaten all day. I might have been on a bender. My eating has actually been pretty light. I think I've only been eating one meal a day.
Oh my god, I found it. Okay, it's in our DMs. It's the
Well,
worst hold music ever.
mm, mm, mm. Okay, I guess we're gonna get into it then. Boop. The Nam flashback, fortunate son of a generation. Innovation, technology, environmentalism, progressive. Your call is important to us.
It's the worst hold music ever, especially when you're stuck sitting there for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, where you go and make a cup of coffee and you just leave your phone on the table facing up.
It's it's terrible.
You
It just
are
keeps going on
number
like this.
17 on the waitlist. Please
Yeah,
hold.
and it just keeps starting up again. Just like, no, let me talk to someone.
We apologize for the delay. Your call is valuable to us. Dude, I feel like I should be building bases in like an old Windows 98 like strategy game or something. Listening to this. You must build additional pylons.
And this is just the like default fucking hold music. This is what we are forced to listen to.
At least over here they use like music you've heard, probably from like 2 decades ago, but still.
Like anytime you have to call up like social services for help with something, the disability department, hospitals, if it's like some government owned agency, this is the hold music you are forced to listen to the whole time.
I love how like it just gets more and more interested as people get more and more interested as it gets near to the end. It's like on my treadmill, one of those endurance runs where the hill just keeps growing. This is weird. Oh, you know the best ones of these I like? I like when occasionally you hear like a person asking you like, please hold. And then when you're like, hello, yes, my name's Clark. How can I help you today? Oh, I'd like to. Okay, I'm going to transfer you over to line number 3. And then it just starts all over again.
I hate that so much. That's happened to me way too many times. Oh yeah, I'm calling about this. Oh yeah, I have
Oh,
something.
mango
No,
wax.
don't.
Ah.
No more hold, please.
Wow. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Billy Boy Blue, for the €5 donation. You're still behind, motherfucker. How many mango laughs? I'm a master of making mango laugh. Although apparently it's very easy. You could jangle some keys in front of her and she got a little laugh. Mm. Mm. Damn it, woman, you're a cheap date. See? Look how easy it is.
To be fair, I'm also drinking. I'm very giggly when I drink.
I noticed, and we love you for it. Here is to you there, Mango, and you're giggling. This first one's to you. A good old fashioned cheers to start the night. Mm. Mm. God, I love Fireball. I know it's trash. I know it's just the cinnamon is selling it. I don't care. It's one of those nostalgia drinks that is pure dog shit, and yet you could drink it for days for me. Everyone has them. You also have the foods. You also have the music. It don't matter. This is just a good. I just like to drink. I just really like. I don't really like Fireball. I like putting Fireball into stuff, especially coffee, and it's a nice warm hug of a feeling. After you spent a few hours in the car, it's freezing cold, it's winter, and you finally got to grandma's house, and she's welcoming you with some fucking cookies. Yeah, yeah, it's go time. You're gonna open up your Christmas presents early, but don't tell your parents.
So, okay, y'all might find me weird for this, but one of my favorite things to do is mix certain liquors with apple juice.
I've heard this
Vodka,
before.
vodka and apple juice is a dangerous combination.
It is. Oh, the
That shit'll
acid,
get
the
you fucked.
acid enough on your chest. I don't think I could handle that, honestly. It would just
Oh no,
cause
that's
so.
the thing. If you mix it just right, you don't realize the vodka's there, and then once you stand up, you fall right back over. It's fucking great. But Fireball and apple juice?
I don't know about that one.
No.
Hmm. Wait, hold on. I can put it to practice. I've got some cider right here.
Like, if the Fireball is cold and the apple juice is cold, it kind of hits you like a cold apple cider.
Okay, well, I've got a cold apple cider right here. Let's put it to practice. It's not quite your recipe, but that's the sound of me urinating, of course. Um, that's another $5 there, Billy boy. Toss it up, pay pig. I'm gonna make you waddle over to the fucking ATM. I never understood the fucking pay pig thing. It looked so demeaning, and frankly, I couldn't see how either, because even the mistress, other than the money, it just it felt demeaning on both sides of the fence.
Yeah, it kind of really is. Like, I get
Smells weird.
saying it in terms of like the people that pay cobes for certain things.
Flat
That
the goatsy himself on screen.
yeah, like that falls into pay piggy territory. The people that pay to fly naked and laughing out to go see cobes falls into pay piggy
He
territory.
stalked her when she got off the plane. Did you know that? The guy who paid her. He was like following her around, according to Naked and Laughing. That is kind of weird. Like,
See, I don't think he was though.
you don't buy her story?
No, I do not. Uh,
That's fair. That's a
so
fair take. It is Naked and Laughing after all. Jessica's not exactly the
yeah.
most. Oh, what about the friend who she threw under the bus? Aaron was his name. You buy what happened there?
Okay, so with Aaron,
Aaron.
I have said this before. I will say this again. I am pretty fucking sure that Aaron and Naked and Laughing
But
boinked.
okay,
They
you can
did
say
the
the
do.
fluke. You can say the fluke. We saw shadow play of her fucking. She whips her hair around a lot.
I I have seen Naked and Laughing sex tape.
Uh-huh. She did like
Uh
OnlyFans or something for a while, didn't she?
uh she was on, I think it was called Cam 4 for a while. She actually pulled what was left of the money that she made off of there out to buy something for Josh.
Oh, yeah, that's
But
kind of nice. Although he thinks
she
that she wasn't fucking around for years.
well yeah, like she claimed to him that she had also been in a 6-year dry spell, but her sex tape came out on a live stream on her Cam 4 3 years before she met him.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I remember Cobb. Cobb said that as a defense mechanism when he said that he that she also was on a dry spell. Motherfucker, if you wanted to fuck someone who had a real dry spell, should have come to me. It'd been years before I got laid. On par almost with him. And
I
like,
went through a 7-year one. It happens.
it happens. You don't make it your fucking world like he did. And now that he is not on a dry spell, he's still fucking atrocious. Hi, Missy. Good to see you. Um. All right. So wait, hold on. We're playing for True Pornhub. Yeah. That's actually yeah. I know that there's footage. Isn't there footage out there of Naked and Laughing giving a blowjob to a homeless guy in like an alleyway?
Uh, not in an alleyway. It was the live streamed
Caveats.
sex tape in question that I was talking about.
Oh,
Um,
but he was homeless.
to our knowledge, yes. Uh, she's she's very unenthusiastic, very toothy.
Yeah, I. Oh, is she doing the thing where like the lips are kind of like curled back in like a horse's? I do that.
Uh,
I've seen some porn that does that. It's very. It kind of
oh
reminds. Yeah, it's not.
no, it's all very tooth forward.
Oh, so scraping, getting that dick cheese off, like you're doing with that cheese, the wrestling cheese that you
That's
scrape
pretty
off.
much it.
Christ, we haven't been doing this for even an hour yet. All right, we've been talking about cogs enough, and I've been a little bit behind. Um, uh, let's get into it. Boglum Chronicles, you make
I
our
like how
life easier.
I
Go
like
on.
how Bob's Burgers full episodes was one of the things in the search.
Fuck yeah! Sometimes you get bored, lazy, and drunk, and then shows, then Bob's Burgers, American Dad, Family Guy, they all just magically appear in your skull, and you're like, that'll be fun. I'm gonna look at that while I make a toasted cheese sandwich. Fuck the toasted. I'm not depressed. You are. Yeah, I've been having a bit of a party week. That has to come to an end after tonight, if only because it's starting to affect money that needs to go to other things. So no more after today. That's why I'm actually kicking myself that I bought so much fucking booze. I'm gonna eat it. I gotta put that shit away and keep it away until the next time I can. Look. But all right. So as you can see here. I haven't really watched. I watched a little bit the first one, and then I think I stopped and was like, "Nah, I'm good till next time." So I guess that was next time. Wait. Boop. Oh, I remember looking at his face. Oh, I remember that face. That's the start of a great '80s song, by the way. I remember looking at his face.
So we're gonna do a steak food hack.
Yeah, look at that grizzle. Jesus, it's like one of his. It looks like one of his steaks. Christ.
Those in a hot minute. And we have
Well, you see this? I'm guilty of it sometimes. Gentlemen, no one likes this. After your cheeks, after your chin, after your jawline, shave it. Unless you're gonna go full beard, shave it. You'll
Yeah,
appreciate it.
no, that looks well, first of all, we know that he doesn't wash properly. So all of that is just caked in grease and grizzle and
He's been a lot
all of the
sweatier
Wendy's.
since he moved. I think his place doesn't have AC because he's been a lot sweatier.
Well, his his place does have AC, but the biggest issue is he's in a trailer now, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the AC that's in like an apartment complex is a completely different setup than the AC in a trailer
Okay.
because basically in an apartment complex you set your AC to where you want and your individual unit gets heated or cooled through the main thing that they have set up. But for a trailer, you just have the one that's for the entire thing, and it takes a whole lot more power. It's not divided up between everyone. And yeah, that can run your electricity bill up really fucking high, especially during this heat wave.
So he has it. He just can't afford to keep it for more than maybe in what, like an hour a day.
Pretty much, yeah.
Also, he never was the most hygienic. Though, as always, I bring up, the son said he didn't stink. So he does have showers. He does try to keep himself his physical care. But son also said, and as we can see anytime we look at his clothes, his laundry is probably a very different thing. He probably does the thing where, like, a week after he dropped it on the floor, he'll pick it up and start wearing it. Which
Yeah, that sounds
again,
about right.
yeah, which you know what? We all did that when we were fucking teenagers or in college, and when we're depressed, we also do it. Bob's is always depressed, so his clothes always smell like ass. Like, motherfucker, Vazar's needs a shave. Second of all of the skull. My God, that fucking dome.
Have a single steak right here.
A
That is
single
a
Made with
stick.
terrible
real
cut.
Angus beef. It's a $12 steak. It's not super expensive, but it's not cheap either.
It was not a
Let it
$12
be.
steak.
What was it, like a
Uh,
$7?
so uh, he bought it from Albertsons. We saw it on the label.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, without the Albertsons saving card, it was 14.69,
Oh, that sounds like a ripoff.
and then with the card, it was like $11.
So if you mentioned that, then does he have the savings card?
No, because he said it was like a $12 steak.
Oh.
So I'm assuming because he switches up like how much the steak cost him.
Mm.
So I'm thinking that he did not have the savings card because at one point he's like, "Yeah, it's a $12 steak." Another point he's like, "Yeah, it's just like a $15 steak." For anyone that lives in the U.S., shops in the U.S., USDA Choice, which is what he has, is is the cheapest cut of that steak.
Okay. Is it possible? Do you guys do the thing over here in places like Tesco's? Um, we have an aisle, or if not an aisle, then just a shelf of the reduced aisle stuff that's about to go out of date, and they're selling it for dirt cheap. You have that equivalent.
In most stores, what you'll see, like when you're going down like the meat aisles and stuff,
Mm.
is these stickers that say manager special, and it's like
Okay.
placed over the main label.
Yeah, like we do. We just have this giant word that says reduced, and then it's like something that could have gone for like a fiver is going for like 90 cents, but you have to eat it today.
Yeah, like we have that for meat too. It's manager special meat. And typically what I do is I'll buy manager special meat and like toss it into the freezer.
Everyone does that, and you're all, you know, in the back of your mind, you're always, especially with fish, you're always rolling that dice. But I've never once had a major issue with it. Maybe a little bad smelling chicken. That was the worst I ever had to deal with. And that was
Yeah,
like
that's
chicken that was
pretty
meant to
much
be
it.
off, yeah, like a week out of date. And I was like, okay, that can't be good for me, even if it was in the freezer. And I sniffed it and I'm like, look, it looks fine. It smells okay. It tastes fine. There wasn't that weird metallic taste that goes with off chicken. Um, with Cobes, you think he does that? You think that he tries to like save a bit of money by going to like the discounts and the
Oh, fuck no.
or he just grabs anything he can because. Ooh, do you think he does
Uh
his shopping while drunk?
well, my biggest assumption right now, just like based off of his current situation,
Hmm.
we're assuming that he does receive some form of food stamps now
Mm.
because he doesn't he doesn't have the money to buy a bunch of the food that he has.
He probably would if he wasn't drinking as much.
Oh yeah, for sure. And if he wasn't buying DoorDash as much as he does.
I completely forgot about the DoorDash. Um, always go Prime. I only buy Wagyu. Well, look at Mr. Fancy Pants Billy Boy over here. The area that I am, 7-bone chunk steak, usually the cheapest, but we also have the stickers for the manager special here too. Over
Yeah.
here, we get plenty of cheap steak. If you don't mind it to be steak chunks, as in like they're little cubed up steaks.
Oh, cube steak. Yeah.
Yeah, that is usually the
Or
cheapest form of steak, or steak mince.
the stew meat.
That's not counting like burger meat, which is obviously minced different.
Yeah.
That shit cheaper
Over
too.
here, the chunks of meat are usually called stew meat.
Yeah, I can see why you'd make a good cockle with them. Which is our word for stew.
You hit play. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Room
Yep.
temperature. And to avoid making a mess on this nice,
You seen this anyway, so
we're going to cook it in here.
cook it in
Before
here.
we get into cooking our damn steak, we're going to have to add some ingredients before we heat it up.
That collar looks so unpleasant to wear.
We're going to have to address the pan situation. We got some of this bacon grease, rendered bacon fat.
Bacon fat. I'm surprised he still has. Oh, this must be a new tub, because he was using the old tub to cook it, and now I'm guessing this is a new one.
To the bottom of our pan.
I have occasionally bought Wagyu, but yeah, it's not something you're gonna buy every fucking day, now is it? Or even every week. Hell, you'd be doing pretty alright if you bought it once a month.
Country Crock original butter spread.
At this point, we know what Country Crock is. It's the equivalent of your bread and butter. I mean, it technically is your butter. That's like every time I have a cup of tea, I'm like, oh, this was Barry's tea. I mean, I'm not going to be terrified. Someone in the chat's going to be like, well, what about Tetley's? What about Twinings? Ooh, Twinings. I mean, you can wear a collar. You can wear a choker. Missy, if you're still in the chat, you've worn collars and chokers before. Like, something tells me your fit was a lot less imposing. This looks generally like a slave collar. Like, this looks like something you'd put on someone so they'd feel bad. It's the cone of shame for a dog.
Let's take a look at this gorgeous steak.
But he wears it willingly.
See, it's not too thin, not too thick. That's actually a decent sized little steak for $13. It's not bad.
Yeah, I wonder if it will shrink or something.
Fork, and we'll just stab it with our fork.
Oh, God. He has very weathered hands for a man who doesn't work with his hands except for the ones. I mean, I suppose he works with his hands. You know what I mean? Like, whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, you actually know? Of course you know. You know your Britannics. Yeah, we got Barry's tea, and we got the Tesco's brand stuff, and Metal Monkey across the hall there last year bought a colossal work-size box of Darjeeling, and he's only run out of it back in like May. Like this thing was the size of like a sandbag you'd have in the military. This thing was colossal. I don't remember how many bags of tea there were, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 1,000 or more. And he just bought it in bulk and took it home with him, and for anytime he wanted a cup of tea. He drinks very little tea per day. As for me, I drink about, obviously being on the bender, I've been drinking something else, but usually about 2 to 4.
Okay, I'm back.
I was just saying to Missy, who probably has worn collars, and some of you probably, or chokers or anything, his collar looks oppressive. You're like that does not look like a good
because
fit.
it's not a collar.
It's not a dog collar. It's a belt.
Well, okay, so he does have some that are actual dog collars, but the one that he's wearing right now is a belt that he cut down and he attached a cowbell to.
Is that why it doesn't fit and it makes his face look even fatter?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. What a fucking idiot. Jesus. I like his you get a rash like that if you haven't washed in a couple of days. Or if you've been handling animals, and something tells me unless Puff is back from the dead, he hasn't been handling animals.
Stab it with our
You can
fork.
also get something like that, like if you do things like landscaping for a living.
Oh yeah, of course. Hell, you can get
Yeah.
infections and allergies really easily by working out in the garden. Um,
Yeah, but
Again, I don't
it's
think he's
both.
doing that. Yeah. Like, I don't think he's planting a fucking radish patch out in the back. You know, he's got some cucumbers growing in nicely tubes. That would be weird if you set up a secondary channel that was just gardening, but he was really good at it. It was just the
I
hidden thing he was really good at all these years.
honestly though, because like okay, depending on where his trailer is, uh like Clint would have to pay a monthly lot rent for the
Mm-hmm.
trailer to sit on the land that it's on. And if the place where his trailer sits allows for it, like he could start a garden.
True. I've always thought that Clint just had it built in his back garden.
Oh, fuck no. Clint would never.
Maybe
Also the
it.
trolls already found out exactly where his address is.
So it is a trailer park.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him starting to show. Oh, does he have a roommate? Yeah or nay?
To our knowledge, no.
Okay. Then I can't wait to see his neighbors show up because if you thought Warlord was bad, you know, trailer park people are a different breed. Uh,
Depends on
it depends on the
it
trailer
really really
park. Yeah,
depends.
that's a stereotype, but it's kind of a justified stereotype in my experience.
Like okay, so where I live, people would call it a trailer park, but really it's like a well organized neighborhood with like property management and stuff like that.
Are those one of those trailers that John Oliver went at when he went at the trailer lifestyle in that one episode of Last Week Tonight, where it
I
showed
didn't
up?
see that.
Ooh, you want to go back and look at that because there's some hidden clauses when you go and live in a trailer park. Because like in my mind, obviously, we think about a trailer like you put in the back of a car. Could you take that thing off its foundations now and put it in the back of a truck and drive it somewhere?
Um, if okay, so like if for some reason I were to fuck up the lease that I have on the property where my trailer sits,
Hmm.
technically it's a manufactured home. It's 3 bedroom, 2 full bath. It's really nice.
Okay.
But uh if something were to happen and they were to want me out of the neighborhood, yes, I could have it moved.
Oop, hang on. Um. Oh, that is some good. That is some good. Yeah, I'm just actually looking for this Last Week Tonight one because it sounds like yeah, here it is. Mobile homes from 2019. I will link it to you to watch in your own time. Copyright would
Thank you.
kill me.
Oh fuck yeah. HBO
Uh,
would be after you in a heartbeat.
but
But
I watched all of Game of Thrones twice and bought your Blu-rays. That was yesterday. This is today. All right,
but
so I
like
posted the link there for you.
my my place is technically a manufactured home. It's not a trailer.
Mm.
So in order for them to be able to move it out, like they would basically have to cut it down the middle
Yep.
and take each half out separately.
If
Whereas like trailers typically they move in one piece. Um but like at the same time if they were to want me out of the neighborhood, they could buy me out of my house.
and is that ever loomed over your head?
Well, no, not really cuz like first of all, the rules here are very simple. It's really fucking simple. Pay your lot rent on time. Keep your yard cleaned, and if it's not, taken care of, you can pay like $30 to the park and they'll have the landscaping people do it for you. Don't have the
Okay.
cops called on you too many times. Uh
That's a lovely
don't
caveat.
don't run a meth lab, like shit like that. Like it's
Yeah.
a very easy living.
If there's a bunch of Russian girls in mini skirts with tiny little handbags waiting outside looking at their phones, it's probably a good sign that you're breaking a term of service, you know?
Like everyone here is just so nice, so sweet. Like everyone that I have met, they all work, 9 to 5s in various fields, or they do like overnight stuff. We have a few people here that work doing snow plowing during the winter. Like it's all very cool, and there's a whole bunch of kids in the neighborhood. It's fucking great.
Meanwhile, over here, if you were to say a trailer park, we just think of like the traveling community. So if you've ever seen Snatch with the Pikeys, or Peaky Blinders with the Pikeys,
Yep.
then you know what I'm talking about. What are we doing for a caravan? No, what a one. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And then they just shoot you in the back of the head when you turn around and then rob your corpse. Like yeah, that's how we think of like a caravan. You know, like a car. That's what we think, a caravan park, traveling community. The N word that isn't the N word. It's a different N word. we have a different N word that I once or twice have said on stream, and I do regret because I over my years I have shifted. I think being out in the countryside has really changed because you run across them a lot more. Though I will say the very first time I moved here, the very first day, we saw a set of them looking for old cigarette butts out on the bridge across town, which did not endear me to them. Um, uh, like Brown here, they're not very well received, but they're always required because they need to have. You always need something fixed on the cheap, you know. You always need
Yeah.
a skip moved or a car moved, or
I
but
mean,
you never actually go there unless you're friends with them. You never go to one of their camps because when you're inside one of their places, they'll get you nice and drunk. You come out and you find that your car is on like cinder blocks or just gone. God help
now
you if you bring a
see
dog.
where
Jesus.
I'm at, like in order to even consider buying a place or having a place moved in onto an empty lot, you have to have a background check done. You
Oh
have to
no,
have
no,
proof of income. You have to have proof of.
don't forget, Mango. These are what I'm describing is an entire society that
Oh,
has
yes.
gotten the bad. So like the traveling community, they're the gypsies of Ireland. They actually are literal gypsies. They're just the Irish version of them. So they have particular rights. For example, there are areas across Ireland set aside for them to park and like set up for I think 1 month. But in that time, everyone will start noticing strange things like rubbish piled up everywhere because they'll often stop off in the dead of night to drop off their trash into your bins. You'll start getting knocks at the door. Hey, can we're setting up gutters. Do you need gutters fixed? Like stuff like that. It's it's a stereotype, but one that I have experienced myself. That doesn't mean that all Irish travelers are like that, but there is enough of it that people get very upset when they show up, and it's not fair for anyone. It's not fair for the travelers because they get labeled with terrible slurs and even violence. and it's not fair when they live up to the worst of their stereotypes.
Yeah.
So it's a doomed situation. So when I see Cobes in a trailer, I'm just thinking like that would be a palace. What he's living in right now would be a palace to some of these lads I'm talking about. But here's the thing: they would not be able to get this in the back of a car, would they? What he's in right now.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. Uh, to my knowledge, uh, his was available for sale
Mhm.
because in a okay over
Did he
here
have the
in a
money or
lot
the
of
credit to buy it off?
Clint bought it.
Oh, right, obviously, yeah. But even still, the Clint can't be that well off to just go and casually buy off a fuck. He must have took a loan now or something.
Well, no, okay, so uh typically trailers like his, because his is a trailer and not a manufactured home, um his would be like 40,000.
And how much would the deposit be then? 10?
Uh depending on who you go through, Clint would probably be able to put down an even bigger deposit because, Clint and his wife do work full time.
They do, but they have their own lives, and I don't. Do they really have that much disposable income?
That's questionable.
Mm-hmm. That's
We
like,
aren't quite sure, but like even with a mortgage buying that place, it would be like, depending on the deposit, like 300 a month. Like it's not that big.
all right. Now I imagine Clint does have that, but you think that's caused any? Has there been any signs of any more friction between the two of them? Because I imagine this was not a highlight of their relationship.
I'd imagine this was not a highlight of it, but Clint being the enabler that he is.
I've always liked that you know that. Because so many people will
It,
try to like justify it. Ironically enough, becoming an enabler for the enabler. Don't. The motherfucker is the reason why Cobes is not completely, but a good chunk of it, like the way he is.
yeah, Clint's an enabler. Like it's extraordinarily obvious, especially in the interview with
With
Son.
Son, yes. What can I
Yeah,
do except to throw money at him and turn my back and go la la la? I'm not listening. La 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 la. Oh yeah, he's a real hero. Like fuck off.
yeah. But like because Clint is Josh's biggest enabler, uh I personally feel that Clint probably figured that going ahead, buying this place, putting down a down payment, having a mortgage on it was going to be cheaper per month than the rent that was at the Conquistadors.
Do you have any idea how much that was? We'll get back into the
Uh,
video after this.
at one point, Josh was complaining. It's on, I think it's on Bite Sized Cobra,
I I
the
can't.
long form stuff.
Hmm.
Um,
Need to get him back on the
do
show.
believe that at one point the rent got up to close to 1,000 a month.
That's a chunk of change.
Yeah, so it's definitely cheaper for Clint to have the mortgage on this place
Hmm.
than it is for him to pay rent.
I think this would affect Clint's credit score.
Well, so because they didn't formally evict him. They did
Yeah,
what
they
the
told him he
first
had to
department
go.
did. They decided to not renew the lease.
Yeah. Which, of course,
So,
Cobes has his fantasy idea of what actually happened, and we all saw what actually happened in both cases.
right, but because they decided to not renew the lease, it does not count as an eviction
Hmm.
and will not affect Josh or Clint's credit.
I'm actually surprised it doesn't affect Josh's, but it makes sense. What would they affect with if it wasn't an eviction? I didn't actually know evictions counted against American people's credit scores. Um,
Uh, it definitely counts against what they call your reliability, because when you go to apply for things like a loan, uh, another apartment, something like that, they can see your evictions. And if you have evictions on your file,
hmm.
they're just like, nope.
Yeah, yeah. I've been really glad that I've only ever kind of like floated through American society rather than actually got embedded. And trust me, there were plenty of women who wanted me to embedded and inbreaded them into me living there. But the beauty of it is, I just have to look at how you guys run your lives, and your normality is at times terrifying. Like, one of the biggest shocks I ever had was Elf once told me that their bank, if you were to pay back the loan early that you take out from it, it would actually impact your future credit score because they couldn't borrow
Yep.
against the interest. Fuck that noise! That is terrifying. You are bound as a slave the second you deviate a second from the path, and everyone has to deviate because minimum wage can't pay for anywhere in America right now on its own. Like, where are you gonna live? How are you gonna live? There's so many hidden fees, so many weird transactions, and to a degree it's true over here too. But like, it's not as bad, and it's not as insidious because you guys take it
Uh,
so much for granted.
the the most expensive thing that you can do in the United States
Is get sick.
is be poor.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's be poor, because there's so many hidden fees on things. Uh, Sometimes your only option is to use things like Zip, Allure, or PayPal Pay, where you can like pay in installments to get necessary items, and you end up paying more over time because people live paycheck to paycheck. People
And
have to use
sometimes not
food
even
banks.
that, like payday
Yeah,
loans and all that shit. Like, that is so bad because like there's not just payday loans, and you eventually end up having to pay interest on a loan for the loan, and it goes all the way down the list. It's so it's so horrible a life to live. No wonder so many people turn to fucking drugs. I'm even surprised they have the money to get it. Like, Christ. I'm also shocked when I see people who aren't on drugs. When I was in the homeless shelter in New York, for example, who were homeless because they had a good job, they just couldn't fucking afford to keep up. It was as they always said, the interest was killing me, man. The interest was killing me, man. The interest was killing me, man. And it will eventually kill them. Some of those people I talked to are probably dead now because they were just
like
thrown out to the elements.
uh, something that a lot of people don't understand, especially in the United States, is that a lot of our homeless population, our unhoused population, they work.
Yeah, I found that
They
out.
work jobs.
My roommate in the
They,
hostel was working in a construction job up the street.
yeah, like there's so many people that do work, but because everything has become so expensive, because apartments expect you to put down first, last security deposit and make 3 times what the rent cost is per month, they cannot get approved for an apartment. And if they can get approved for an apartment, it is the shittiest hole in the wall that probably isn't legal and is full of roaches and
And
bed bugs
owned
and
by
things you don't
Donald
want.
Trump's son, especially if you're in New
Yeah,
York. So it'll
like
be kicked out in 5. Or one of those places that is owned by a Chinese bank that just holds it for the interest and doesn't maintain it, and then one day it'll just sell it off as a part of like a group block. So you're just going to knock it. What's the name of that big bank? Because of black, the Blackstone.
yeah.
Uh, uh, is that the name of the bank, Blackstone?
It's the name of the hedge fund.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like this, it's just this monopoly of just of like soul crushing, bone crushing failure. Fuck this noise. You need a fuck. I hate to say it. You need a fucking another Teddy Roosevelt to show up because this is the sort of shit he fought against. Like these are the
Like
monopolies taking over.
these, I actually had someone talk shit about me behind my back recently.
Comes with the territory of
And
being alive and on the
well,
internet and a woman, I
uh
imagine.
their whole thing was they were just like uh Mango e-begs for what the state should provide to her. First of all, I
eBay.
have been fighting with Medicaid, with the state insurance, for months since last September to get my son's seizure meds covered by the insurance. Medicaid, even though it is a state, technically it's a federally run program, but in each state, it's pretty much privatized.
Hmm.
There's multiple plans you can choose from, and they have lists of approved medication that they will cover. My son's seizure meds are not covered because he does not have a typical form of epilepsy. He is missing a chunk of his brain. There is nothing anyone can do about that. So they won't cover his meds, even with all of the CTs, the EEGs, MRIs, all of the stuff that we have gone through. The proof of him having constant seizures when he's not properly medicated, they won't cover it. I cannot control that. I cannot control the fact that they
Uh,
want me to pay over $400 out of pocket every month for it.
Mango. I can never pronounce his name. Brio Sadis
Oh,
asks, "Is he on
Byron.
Byron? Thank you. Is he on Kepra?
No, he is not on Kepra.
Okay. Uh, we're getting off the beaten track and then some. Let's just say that America needs another second Revolutionary War and get back to our true king and master who will take over and make life better because he kicks out all the sickos, Cobes. Because I'm not trying to downplay your life.
Oh,
I
no, not
just,
at all. I
I,
understand.
we could be here all night. you know, like.
And I do have another stream in 4 hours.
Right, you see how quickly the time vanishes.
Now we're going to take our steak and we're going to add our seasoning to it. Turn the pan on to like right there. We'll get that melted. Now what seasoning are we going to add to our steak before we put it in the pan? We got some bone
Jesus.
sucking sauce, steak seasoning and rub, and some garlic powder. And we are going to garnish the steak with
I heard a good version of garlic recently that it's like this type of garlic. The garlic I have in my cabinet that most people do. Hell, I've got garlic salts as well for an extra kick. But it's like it was like a fake. It's like a term that implies fake garlic, and I can't remember it. It was like jarlic. That was the word because
Well,
it comes
no.
out of a jar.
Okay. So, garlic does not imply fake garlic. Okay. So, garlic is just the pre-minced, overly preserved stuff that comes in a jar.
True, but you got to admit that the fresh is always better.
Fresh is always better, but I will not shit on anyone that uses garlic
Me either.
because
I use it, but I will always reach for the cloves first.
yeah,
Jesus.
but like I've heard people shit on garlic, and my biggest thing is some people, especially here, they live in food deserts.
I know what if I was in South Chicago. I got to see people going to the food bank and coming back with Oreos as their dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, when you're in a food desert, you pop up to the Dollar General or the Dollar Tree, they have garlic. You're going to buy that garlic because that's all
Yes.
you can get in terms of garlic. And then there are people with various disabilities that just like can't do the fresh garlic on their own. So garlic is a perfectly acceptable substitute.
Yeah, like I said, I've got garlic. I've actually got 2 things of garlic from Tesco's and a thing of garlic salts. I remember last time I cooked for somebody, I was going to reach for garlic salts, and I'd rather have nothing because I can't handle the garlic salts. And I'm like, oh, I never knew that. And then she's like, well, yeah, but if you had some fresh garlic, I'd be like, yeah, but I don't. Is it the end of the world that I'm using? Right, I'm using like the pre-made stuff, and she kind of shrugged and went, "Not really." But
Well,
there was this sort of disappointment in her eyes, you know.
well, next time though, get garlic powder
I have garlic powder. I have garlic salt.
because the garlic salts, it, in my opinion, garlic salt, it's just too salty.
I
You
love
know?
that. I really like it. It brings out the flavor because when you get hit with the salt flavor, it's then followed up by whatever is attached to it. In this case, the garlic.
But see, I always do my salt separately than my garlic. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I can see the logic in it. I put, as you know, I put sea salts on my chicken and my hash browns here. What's your stance on sea salt?
Fucking love sea salt.
Hell yeah, the superior salt, in my opinion. It's just it's like 20% better salt all around. Also, I generally do enjoy kosher salt as well. Like that can be a really nice stuff. But you don't have to buy those weird artisanal ones. Just
Oh, no. Fuck pink Himalayan salt.
yes, that is such a fucking scam. Or the
No.
Dead Sea salts.
Okay, so pink Himalayan salt, that is a garnish.
Mm.
That is not a cooking salt.
Like
People that are just
basmati.
like, I I prefer to use pink Himalayan salt in my recipes. Fuck you, fuck your shit. Also, did you know that most of the time it's not from the Himalayas? Technically, it comes from mines in like Iran and Iraq. There you
Mm-hmm.
go. Fucking
Mm.
idiots.
Some other ingredients.
Eating Cobes has these strong opinions on the stuff he puts on his food.
We'll get to that later.
No.
There's the
I love how he
seasoning.
pats it with such delicacy, but then he's still dumping so much on it anyway.
We're gonna
He's
flip
not
it
even rubbing it. Rub it in. Rub it in.
He's scared of it.
and get that buttery grease and bacon, all that.
First, I gotta tell anyone who's trying to make bread, don't be afraid of the fucking dough.
We'll take that raw steak and put the seasoned side down first and hit the top of it. So seasoned side down first.
Seasoned side, aka the only side that has anything close to flavor. That's now going to be clumped.
Then we're gonna hit that top of that steak.
He put it not.
With some
He put it down wrong.
of our bacon up.
The seasoned side
Bacon
was up
grease.
when he put it down.
Oh no.
Does this seem a bit excessive? Possibly, but that's why these cooking videos I make are delicious.
And he's adding more of the tub of bacon grease.
Oh, he's going to be adding a lot more of that. It's him after all.
Butter spread, probably not.
I think one of his previous videos I saw, he went and he used an entire tub of the bacon grease, like one dish.
Yeah, yeah, he did. Also,
But he also had bacon included.
Byron, does he not even score the meat to get seasoning into the meat? He stabbed it repeatedly with a fork.
Yeah.
That's good. Bacon up.
I like how he probably once heard how to actually prepare meat and food in general, and then he just kind of rolls with his vague memory. Like that's all he's got left. He could rewatch the YouTube short that is like less than 30 seconds. That will give you a very simple way to prep fucking meat. But nah, he's too busy for that. He has to tell sickos that they're sickos.
The steak is missing something though. For cooking it.
Hope, dreams, aspirations. Oh, not to you.
I think I know what it's missing, YouTube.
I think it's beer.
Some beer.
Yes, and it's course. You don't get to be shocked. You've already watched this.
Beer and
It feels like you're opening up the present from Santa that you wrapped, and I'm meant to be shocked. What is that? What could it be that I spent $70 on? Oh, come on, Billy. Is that not worth a $5? Like, share, and subscribe, guys.
Goes without saying not to bless the pain.
We'll eventually end this video.
Oh, but it's worth it all the way through, I promise.
I want it to be so much.
It's so bad.
I miss a good quality Cobes food hack. Since the move, since Naked and Laughing's trip, his life has just been just cavalcade of fuck-ups. We need to return to form.
Okay, that's enough.
This year has not been a good year for this man. He needs to go back to his comfort zone.
Get a coating. Just like that. And I want to barely cook the steak because
Ooh, snapper. Yes. There's and kippers. Underrated fish.
Steak action, don't you? Yeah, look at that sizzling sexiness.
And haddock. Give me some haddock any day. Forget cod. Haddock and chips. Chipper. By the way, horrible steak.
Oh, look at that's getting all fogged up from the cooking.
It looks so bad.
I just love how he did that. I need to watch that again. Wait for it, wait for it. Whoop!
So far, I'm liking the way the steak is.
The important part is you keep that into the video. You can edit it anytime.
Much longer, but just long enough. Then we get a nice outside sear. And we're going to want to hold on to that steak grease with all the butter spread, the bacon grease.
I've had trout, but I've never had coral trout.
And the steak grease. Because we're going to need that to saute our onions. Don't want to overcook it because I like my steaks medium rare.
You actually like steak. Oh!
Backlog mango laughs.
Thank you. Spiggity boom, spiggity boom boom. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much there, Billy Boy Blue. With the fantastic top up. And you know what? I'm that right level of drunk. I want to watch that. I want to watch the dude play with his giant blow up ass again.
So all the backlog mango laughs. I all them out.
Spiggity boom, spiggity boom, spiggity boom boom. Yes, yes. The best part of that is not that he does that. It's that he does ASMR for women, but he's from France, so his English is terrible. And he does this. You know the way some girls want guys to be more vocal in bed? He does the thing where he's basically screeching into the camera. And there must be...
No.
Yeah. Imagine him thrusting on top of you. The moment it sounds like a fucking, like, xenomorph's about to burst out of his chest or something.
That's disturbing.
Women pay him to do it. He's a very well-off streamer and sex dude. Sex dude. Sex dude. That's the correct term.
Yeah, that's the one.
Sex dude. Occupation, sex dude.
Billy Boy Blue, I refuse to stop laughing.
the moment you stop laughing, the moment you start crying. So why the hell would you ever stop laughing?
Flip it again. That's a hot steak.
My dog's dinner's ready.
That's not going to be cooked on there for too much longer.
Oh, I just remembered. You know who Cowboy Kent Rollins is?
No.
He's a YouTuber, old guy. He has a chuck wagon and he does like old cowboy meals. Teaches you how. He's like a proper cowboy. He does it out in the plains. He's an old mustache wearing motherfucker with a horde of dogs. And the oldest and most beloved Bonehead died a few days ago. And that's why it makes me sad, because he would always have the taste test with Bonehead. He would waddle out. He was a beagle. And he would just be like, wagging his tail as he'd try out the steak. Aww. Bonehead. Rip in the chat for Bonehead. Good life for a dog. Probably the best life a dog ever had. Endless steak. Oceans of beef.
If you like your steak well done, then you eat steak the way you want to fucking eat it. I want to eat it the way I'm going to fucking eat it.
He's right about that. Yeah. Even if you like it well done, I will judge you poorly, but you have every right to do it.
Steak.
If you like your steak well done, don't come to my house.
I like it the way he does in theory when other people cook it for him. Medium rare. I did start off well done. And after one too many times of picking it out of my tooth, I'm like, there has to be a better way. Sexiness, huh? Okay, that's a word. Doesn't apply here.
Liquid levels here are not looking too shabby right there. You see that?
Oh.
Liquid at the bottom.
I don't know, those fish lips of yours are pretty fucking moist.
Onions. Like you can just smell the grease.
It smells like Wendy's. I should call her. I miss my girlfriend. Aww. I always want him to be that level of romantic, where he's just a girlfriend guy. I like my girlfriend. When he gets really drunk, he just starts muttering, I miss Jessica. It'd be sweet.
Should I throw a little bit more grease into the pan?
No, but you're going to do it anyway.
Onions? I think we should.
Onions? You say onions?
You don't have to throw anything else in there. Just throw in the onions. Just throw in the onions.
Onions, salt, pepper, oil, boom, done. That's all you need.
Like, because he was talking about reducing the liquid in the pan.
The onions will take care of that.
Yeah, like just throw the onions in there.
Hey, Combs, how do you make caramelized onions? Do you know? Because you're almost on the cusp. He's almost on the cusp of figuring it out, but he still fucks it up.
Oh, but see, here's the thing. He is going to claim that he's caramelizing the onions.
They're just going to be goopy, aren't they?
Oh, they're fucking gross.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah. I've met idiots like that.
A scoop of that in there. And some bacon up. Bacon grease.
Oh, of course, more bacon grease.
Takes and cans up bacon grease. It's a wonderful one of my fans said.
Not since the refrigerated dough factory has my mouth ever been more watered. The factory that makes the grease.
Now you get these onions open.
I mean, okay, to be fair to him.
Them in there.
Yep.
Like, there are so many companies that make pre-cooked bacon over here, so that way you can just like
you can get it over here too.
Bacon,
it's not great.
Into the microwave, it's good to go.
Yep.
All of that bacon grease has to go somewhere. So the fact that bacon up gets that grease and just sells it in tubs. Like that's a good business move. Let's be real.
When I was in New Jersey, I always remember my trip to Bayonne, where I saw the wonders of Bayonne, such as its beautiful waterfront, its fantastic people, and the hog rendering plant. this is lovely. This is how I always remember Bayonne. Like just this the whiff of just rendered pig anus. Melted down into a stew. New Jersey, baby. The Garden State.
The Garden State, known for pig asshole.
When I saw The Sopranos, people were like, wow, New Jersey's a kip. And I was old enough to have gone over to the States a couple of times at that point. I was like, yeah. Oh, you didn't know? Let me tell you about Bayonne.
Let me tell you about pig assholes.
Bubbling crude. Giant hair. Everyone had the biggest fucking dues. Quaffs for days.
You don't need a whole lot because there was.
Okay, I will give Cobes this. He does have his kitchen nicely organized.
For now. See what it's like a year from now.
But for right now, he knows where his seasoning cabinet is. He has everything put away. And it kind of makes me wonder if like his dad, Clint, will Papa Nips, if he'll come and like check in every now and then to make sure that shit is good.
Yeah, you think that like I won't help you ever again unless you follow these tenets. It's like the Gale commandments, but for Cobes, like
That's
keep your ass.
What it feels like.
Keep your ass clean. Get drunk only once every. Let's be real here. That's probably a very low number.
Don't get the cops called on you.
Which hasn't happened yet. No fairness.
It hasn't. Like, we're very proud, but at the same time, he doesn't live stream like he used to.
No. I'm just waiting.
Mostly pre-recorded.
You think that might have been another of the Cobes commandments?
Well, he did do a live stream a few times from his place on.
Yeah, I remember the Scottish. What was it like the Scotland's become too woke?
There was that one, and there was one where he was freaking out, thinking that he was banned on YouTube.
Yeah, I remember that. It was just like a. In all fairness, didn't he just forget his password?
No, he had logged in and it told him that there was an error and his account wasn't available. So he thought that he was banned, but actually at the time YouTube was just down.
Well, in all fairness, that's happened to me, so I'm not going to throw him under the bus for that.
One little spoon.
Oh! God.
Put the lid on top here.
Yes, reduce the liquid down
put some
to
of this,
add more liquid.
Roasted garlic, rotisserie and cheese on top.
Artistrian?
Artisan.
Did he say artistrian?
Artisan.
Please tell me he said artistrian.
He did.
Perfect. Put the lid on top here.
You're such a giver. He could actually say it correctly, but you want me to have a good time.
You want to put some of this roasted garlic, rotisserie and cheese on
Artistrian, yes. Oh, those nails! Oh, it looks like he's been picking his ass. What the fuck?
And to that, we're gonna add
Artisrian.
bacon bits.
Of course, you can't have the bacon bits without bacon bits.
And those caramelized.
And from Heinz, of course.
Well, that cools off.
Beans, memes, Heinz.
A pre-made slice of this fish. This is a Blue Hill smoked salmon.
Alright, now you fucked up salmon last time. Did you see the one with the paste and the mashed potato?
I did, but here's the thing. That is a pre-cooked, pre-seasoned slice of salmon that
You could slice it up and put it into a sandwich or a salad right now.
Yes.
So how's he going to abuse it? Because he always gets the best ingredients that he then fucks over.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
What it is.
The microwave will be involved. I mean, it's Chekhov's microwave at this point. Now it's in shot, for God's sake.
Okay, so I will say this. The salmon never touches the microwave.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, like, share, and subscribe. Ooh. Oh. Oh.
So just give those a stir. Get it coated in all that steak and grease and all that.
It looks like a medieval army camp's cauldron. Just throw it all into the pot. You got a bit of goat leg, throw it all in.
I mean, I will give Cobes this. He doesn't want to mess up the stove with his cooking.
Yet.
So, for right now, he has opted for his plug-in pan. Good on you, Cobes.
Again, it raises a question. Maybe there's someone living with him who has set boundaries.
I do not think so. Because the place is in Clint's name. I do believe that this is more so trying to keep things in order so that Clint allows him to stay there.
So you think Clint now looms over him after the Naked and Laughing debacle?
I do.
Okay, well, you know what? Took him how many decades, but maybe finally he's starting to be a father? Okay. If it gets results, I don't mind him being a tyrant.
Setting boundaries, setting rules, when
tyrant. This is the tyrant level from Clint.
in between the last apartment and here, Cobes was living in Clint's house again.
I remember we watched the one where he was doing the drink combo from the side of a bed.
Yeah, and one of Clint's things was, you can't get really drunk here. You can't live stream.
You can't make your mead.
Cannot make mead in the house. Like, Clint has set rules, and I think that Clint is finally starting to lay down boundaries.
I'm headcanoning and saying it's entirely Son and my doing. He retroactively heard how much I was disappointed in him. He's like, oh no, Lev doesn't like me. I better be stronger towards my son. Also, Son's there too, I suppose. I'm here. Yeah, you are, Son. Yeah, you are. I mean,
the last time that I was on, I did disagree with Raisin about Clint. Because Clint's an enabler.
He is. Oh, I remember. Yes. Yeah. Yes, I remember that.
Love Raisin to pieces. She's good people, but like Clint, I don't think that Clint ever took the time or the necessary steps to research and understand what he needs to do to be a good parent for his son's disabilities.
Yeah. And as you know, I'm if not 100% behind you due to the nuances of why I just think that, for example, like once he turned 18, like Cobb's wanting to go out, but out of his house, okay, but then he was still leeching off Clint. And she'd be like, "Oh no, it works both ways. I don't have to pay you a penny now. Fuck off. Fuck, come on. I'm no helicopter parent. Ride or die, bitch. Like you gotta be.
Everything's in Clint's name.
Yeah. Every bad decision has been financed by Clint. And
Or
Clint.
the trolls.
No, because there would be no trolls without Clint. Because Clint is the one who gave him the apartment where he could sit and have internet and a computer and then make a damn scene.
Fair
So
enough.
yeah, so it really all comes back. Clint can turn this around if he's watching this. If he ever watches this right now, dude, you are a very cool person, very fascinating person. I really would like to talk to you, but I will fucking rip you apart because I know your type, and so does Mango. You are the reason he is mocked by so many people because you never just slammed him up against a wall and said, no, no. And that's it. That's all you had to do once. And he would never, ever fucking talk back. Instead, you went, okay. You bowed down to him. It's the other way around. You're the literal father. You're meant to set the boundaries of what is and isn't okay. He's not meant to fear you. He's meant to respect you, and he doesn't respect you. He sees you as a get out of jail free card. In some cases, literally. Who paid for his fucking bail? You did. Grow the fuck up. You are surrounded by some of the coolest people in your, let's be honest here, your fucking time zone. And what do? You don't listen to them because I guarantee you some of them have taken you aside and said, man, let's talk about Josh. I've seen some of his streams. That ain't cool. And what do? You fucking turtle up. No. As you can tell, I have some strong opinions on Clint. And I think he's a good guy. And I think he could be a great dad, but he hasn't been yet. He's been a cool dad. A cool dad. The coolest dads in the world still need to set fucking boundaries, which he's never had.
The coolest dads in the world don't allow or enable their children to use things like low support needs autism as a crutch.
He did nothing when he dusted. When he was hitting Duster, you think, oh, he had it more than, oh, I don't know, Josh, maybe you shouldn't do that. Yeah, obviously he shouldn't. You want to say more. What, you scared of him? You think he's going to fling himself at you? Dude, look at the state of the dude. You could fucking take him. And beyond that, you could also cripple him, more importantly, with money. By simply saying, alright, you're not getting any money off me. Yeah, how long are your trolls going to keep you up? He's going to go...
All Clint has to do is say, I'm done.
Yes, you'd be happier. How much money does he cost you per year? Christ. Just stop it. You love him. He doesn't love himself. There is a disconnect. And as for us, we have a much more complicated situation with him. We see a good person, a nugget of a good person, in a sea of shit. That sea of shit is 10%, even less, troll. The rest, him. I will gladly be the first person to go and sweep up the troll shit if he deals with the rest himself. But he never does. We say this, Mango, we say this exact same thing, or we did back in the day, about Rev, until Rev became irredeemable. There was a time when Rev was, there was a hope, there was a dream where Rev would just go, I'm fucking done, Shani, and walk out the door. We never did.
Yeah. We held out hope for the longest time. Hashtag run Rev run. But now it's far too late for that. He is irredeemable.
Mm-hmm.
And Cobes has caused Clint to go to this point of being irredeemable?
Clint takes very good care of his body, and Clint has a very active and, by the looks of it, a very healthy lifestyle. He looks a lot older than he should. Something tells me it's not the
Clint
other
looks
kids.
younger than Cobes does.
That is so scary to think about. He's younger than me. What the fuck, man? He might as well just be a heroin junkie. Just in a fucking disheveled, abandoned house with no shoes, huddled in a corner, next to a plate and a fucking needle. Shaking back and forth, over and over again. It's the same thing, just a longer way around it.
Cobes is a year and like 2 months older than me.
Is it? Actually, no, you were
Yeah.
good.
He's 33. He turned 33 in March, and I turned 32 on the last day of May.
The dude is just, I don't know. He is a great example of, that's what people in Casper are going to hold him up as, if they're not already. He's going to walk down the street, and some family that's trying to have an intervention will point at Cobes across the street. You want to be like Josh? You really want to be like Josh? No, Jesus Christ, no, Mom. I'm not like that. Well, you're going that way, and there won't be anything we can do because we're not his fucking son, his father. You know, like they will use him, if they're not already, as an example of just not to live, and it's tragic, is what it is.
Yeah.
But we're not going to lie about it. We're not going to say, oh, he's just living his best life. Oh, he can't change. Oh, he's his own man, obviously, and that's why we love him, because we see his true person. He is he's dedicated, if nothing else. When he's committed to something, he ain't fucking letting that go, is he? That's the autism, by the way. That's
Billy Boy Blue. I'm not worried about my 30s.
Yeah, like your 30s.
I'm really not. I'm just talking about how
Cobes is
33 going on 56.
Yeah, look at Cobes and tell me that he look. I'm gonna. Well, we have to move back anyway. So.
While the onions are heating up, we can get the cheese ready for it.
But look at his face and tell me that is a healthy 30s.
And then we're gonna microwave the chunks and just pour the
chunks
on top of the steak.
Did we listen to Billy the Fridge? Chunks.
Chunks are gonna be pretty because they're all gonna get melted. The smell coming off these onions is very nice.
Look at that fucking face. He looks like the meth head doctor from Indiana Jones.
Off these onions is very nice.
You know, the one with the gloves that was it Miriam throws into the fire early on in the movie. Yeah. Now imagine if he hit meth and then fell off the radar for a few years. We have Cobes. Like, that is not a good look for someone who's not even middle-aged yet. I'm not exactly the most svelte human being on the planet. I lost my hair early in my about mid-tier 20s. Like, I have a beard that sometimes looks passable. The rest of the time looks scruffy. And if I don't, I look like a baby. But Jesus Christ! Everyone would have been.
I remember when you shaved. That was weird.
Ain't it just? It's not that I have, like, a lot of people have beards because they think they have a weak chin. It's not that I have a weak chin. There's just something wrong without me with facial hair, isn't there? It's just, you can't quite in it.
Odd.
Yeah. It doesn't, it shouldn't be. It's like Mario without his fucking mustache. Or Omni-Man, if you've ever seen those pictures.
It's like, okay, so there are some people that just have a face that's built for glasses. And they have to wear glasses. And when they aren't wearing their glasses, they switch to contacts. It just looks off.
Yeah. I know the type. Metal Monkey is one of those faces. I've seen him. He has the tiniest eyes without his glasses. It doesn't look right. And with me without facial hair, I can do it. I'm not hiding it. This is just a better look for me. With Cobes, seen both, and facial hair ain't gonna solve what's wrong with your jaw there, man. Just like Cyrax has some major facial issues going on that no amount of facial hair or hair would be able to hide it. He's got some bigger issues going on. And again,
you know that Cyrax is the same age as Cobes?
I did not actually. Is really
Yeah.
Cyrax is a justification. He is an inbred result of fetal alcohol syndrome. Ooh, Cobes doesn't have that.
But like Cyrax is also only like 33.
But again, look, in him, it is his genetics truly working against him. That's gingivitis
okay.
in Cobes' gums. You can see it on the jowls.
Cyrax is part inbreeding issues
Fetal
and
alcohol.
also part bed bugs eating his scalp.
Yep. No, you're not wrong. Like he is a dilapidated little boglum. Like he is disgusting.
He only lives 30 minutes away from me.
Have you ever thought about it? Becoming the queen of Akron? Crossing the street and calling them out? Is he gonna appear behind a truck only to get his ass kicked by a light breeze? Why fucking wrong with me?
I did have someone ask me how much it would take in donations for me to go and egg his house.
Oh no, that would be mean because it's not his house. It's the people who again are enablers. That doesn't make them monsters. It makes them, frankly, in many ways, ignorant and cowards. So an enabler is usually a coward. They don't want to rock the boat.
To be fair to Cyrax's grandma, that's his grandma.
Yeah, she's got like early set dementia, right?
I'm not sure, but I do
think
know
I heard
that,
Tarman talk about that.
Like, that's his grandmother. His mom has passed on due to a house fire. His dad is
I can see the logic why she wants to take care of him. He really has no one else. But he's also a piece of shit and a rapist. So
here's the thing though, like her options are put him in a home,
yes,
or her receive the check for him.
I'd take the L. You're gonna die anyway, pretty soon. Okay. I wouldn't stain myself with Cyrax around because I know that she knows what Cyrax did because the cop with the body cam showed the fucking videos of him, and she maybe she didn't understand. That's fair if she didn't understand dementia. You could open up the whole Chris Chan can of worms with that logic, but with that then, like, if she did know and she still goes ahead with it, fuck you. No, I don't care how old you are. I don't care your relationship to him.
She knows. She's fully aware. She had to be at all of the court stuff between Cyrax and Blind Billy.
And what is blind? I actually didn't know the name of the person who, I'm assuming that's the one Cyrax did the thing to.
Yeah, Cyrax was like 20. He was 15.
Yeah, and blind.
Yeah, and okay, a bunch of people are confused as to why like Cyrax was still in school at that point. When you have a certain like IEP, especially in the state of Ohio, you can stay in high school until you're like 21, 22, depending on when your birthday lies.
That is very interesting because after you're finished what we call our leaving cert, around about 18, 19, you can up to, well, actually for the rest of your life, re-enlist back in the high school to do courses.
Now, see, over here, uh, if you're in just like a
Like I could do tomorrow.
regular school,
Mm.
like if you're in the regular school course, you you can stay in school up until you're like 19, maybe 20 at most if you're like a super senior.
Mm.
But if you have an IEP, an individualized education plan based on your disabilities, you can stay in school until you're 21, 22.
At that point, do you go to a specialized facility or are you just tossed to the wolves?
Uh okay, so with it over here, the people that are allowed to stay in school until that age, they have their own specialized classrooms and everything. The most interaction with other kids they typically only get during like lunch, you know? Or like PE if they're allowed to be.
If they're really much difference in age, I don't know if I'd be comfortable with them hanging around at lunch, even.
Well, so
Like, they can
usually like
wander off to a
they're.
fucking bar if they're 21, like.
Well, no, because usually they have teachers, para teachers, supervisors and stuff like making sure that they're good, that they're where
So,
they're supposed to be,
so then,
because they usually have
what?
very extreme learning disabilities.
Okay, so maybe then send them into the break room with the teachers?
No, they get to go through the lunch line. There's some kids that are in other IEP programs that have like similar classes, like fucking our IEP kids here, they get to learn how to do taxes.
Hmm.
They get to go get jobs through the school. Like it there was one kid that I was in high school with who was in certain IEP lessons. He was able to like go work at the zoo.
Wait, is that unusual? Because we have work programs from the age of 14 up.
Work programs here are different. Usually if you're not in like IEP stuff, the school's not going to help you.
Oh no, no, that's different. Yeah, the reason most people didn't, I don't know how to describe this, except that getting your first job is a sort of almost a nepotistic sort of thing over here, where when you are applying for your first job as like before you're 18 or whatever, your ma or your dad or your, maybe if you got like a much older sibling, will take you out and they will put your CV down. They'll obviously help you with the CV too, your resume, and put it down for how many hours you want. And in in school, not many people, that offer was there, but not many people took it because everyone had a cousin or an uncle or their family run a shop that you could just then start up. Case in point, I was in school with somebody for years and didn't realize until I was in the shop some point like 5 towns away, and I saw them there working in their family sweet shop, the news agent, and I'm like, oh, so this is where you're from, because you don't work that far from where you live in Ireland. Normally, there's always exceptions, more so these
Ah,
days. And it's just a different, I think, a little bit of a different culture.
now
Um,
see, over here, some states they require you if you're like 15 to 17 and you're in high school to get a work permit. And in order to get a work permit, you have to go through the school.
okay, so
And
it's mandatory compared to say a job of a
it is
family member.
okay, so basically, in the states that require work permits, if you're 15 to 17, you have to go through the school to be allowed to get a work permit. And if for some reason your grades start to slip
Mm.
because of your job, they can pull that work permit and you can no longer have your part-time job.
I'm okay with that. But I smiled when you said 17. 17 was the first time I worked in America.
Ah.
Yeah, so I was just fucking skipping the queue, wasn't I? I was,
Where'd you
and
work
again,
at?
I worked in Harrisburg, up in Pennsylvania. It was this shop. It was this. All right, so for big parties, like say weddings, bar mitzvahs, anniversaries, and of course birthdays, party games. So we prep a bunch of party games. Huge warehouse, and my job was to prepare the things, the ping pong tables, the card tables. Crazy ass stories about that card table. Holy shit! And of course, at the time, games like say Guitar Hero were becoming really popular.
Oh
So,
yeah.
so we prepped this group Guitar Hero set, the full shebang, drums, two guitars, mic, all of it had to be set up and prepped, and we went there, and our job was simply this: that shit comes back pristine. That shit is worth more than you are, motherfucker. Don't you forget it. So we stood around all day in white shirts and black pants, making sure that everything worked smoothly. How'd I get the job? My friend worked there. He asked, did I want to make 100 a day? I made 100 a day.
Oh, Aaron, Billy Boy Blue, is my audio better?
um.
They said something about my audio sounding low, so
Oh, I can raise you up a little bit more. All right, I've raised her up. She was at a 7.5. She's now at an 8. Let's test that out.
hello, hello.
How does that
I'm your
sound?
armchair quarterback, Mango Jones.
Lowenergy videos. Harrisburg. What year? I live 40 miles. Oh shit! Really? Oh god. We calculated this on stream. The first time I went there, it was the same year as do you remember that Nicolas Cage Twin Towers movie?
Oh God.
Yeah, that was in cinemas. Like 2007, maybe?
Oh, Billy Boy Blue says I'm still a little low.
Right, I can hire up. Right, she's now at a pure individual decibel. I can't go any higher. Gonna have to be from your end here.
We're doing our best. My mic is turned all the way up.
I actually mentioned this beforehand to Mango. She sounded a little low. I, I could be the problem. I could. Oh, maybe I am. I'm equal.
Oh? Oh.
Um, no, the film is just not knowing. That's the Rapture movie he did. It was the pilot. Um,
Hey, Raisin.
Hey, Raisin, we were talking about you earlier. Yeah, no, that was the first time I went over there. I was a very cheeky boy in my youth, and I've been offered jobs ever since. And you know what? Last time I was in the States for a long period of time for the failed American cross country. Um, Now Lev is too low. I can fix that without raising anything up. I can just fix that by moving the mic a little closer. When I was across Ohio, I got not one but 2 jobs and numerous marriage proposals. I possibly could be a father, but that's maybe. I think the chances that could have happened are about 10 or 20 years now. Unlikely. But I have a long history in America.
Mango was fixed and he effed himself.
See me in uni, cold college here. Had to withdraw from mental health. Oh, we got universities. A university is a really fancy place. A college would be a little bit more rounded.
2007, I was in my sophomore year of high school.
Look, I saw an opportunity early. It's a very long story of how I ended up over in the States hanging out with people, but I've always loved travel. I always will love travel, and I've always loved America because you guys fucking welcomed me with open arms. And as I get older, I have to realize that I also accept you for all your flaws. Hi, Cobes.
Feeling nice
As Frank Grimes said in The Simpsons, if you were in any country, you'd have starved to death long ago.
All the sauce you're in. Go ahead and kill the heat.
I think in some countries, Cobes be a warlord.
The thing about cooking is a lot of people don't have a whole lot of time.
I want to see African warlord
cheap,
Cobes
easy to
now.
make, stacked with calories, and fucking delicious.
Big Cobes, Kanguki. he's just sitting on this ramshackle throne of like scrap and bone with a beret and all these
For all the goddamn mango laughs. Quit laughing so much, mango. Lol.
I was about to say.
Oh, you were about to say, give me money? Because I agree with that statement, and it's been made vindicated. You're an oracle! Get this woman to Greece, to Delphi, stat. From Billy Boy Blue, $20 for all the goddamn mango laughs. Quit laughing so much, Mango. Never. More.
No.
You set the tone, sir. You can't be bitching that she keeps up and surpasses the tempo. Oh, I hope Lev doesn't, next time he's looking at an empty wallet, hope Lev doesn't, cure polio or something. Oh, damn. He found my little, or my very manly and big loophole. Yeah, it's quite very manly.
Oh, yes.
No, it's quite. Don't let that bitch tell you otherwise. Yes. Mango was fixed and he left himself. A Mango all good now. A youngest brother graduated high school 2010. Yeah, well, I am starting to show my age a little bit.
I graduated high school class of 2010.
I didn't graduate. I never graduated. I left school. I went straight on to community college. It was a program that my school had based on people with learning disabilities. I went to this interim place called St. John's, and then I went straight on to Sandymount Community College, which is gone now. And I went there twice, and that's where I left. That's where I met Claire.
Over here, they had options for people. Like they had something called Midlands Middle College.
Ooh.
Which you could do like a couple of courses like at your high school in the morning and then just go to college for the rest of the day and take college classes, get credits, stuff like that. But my mom never let me do that even though I really wanted to. I only had like 3 credits I needed to graduate and I had to stick out my whole senior year and that was hell.
I did my junior, and then I left, go straight to St. John of God's. Not St. John of God's, my bad. St. John of God's is a different place altogether. That's a mental institute where a very good friend of mine committed suicide. So it always has a little amber overtone. But it's also a place where they will give you free counselling and advice if you ever need it, if you're ever in Ireland. And that includes non-citizens. You might have to wait in line a little bit. You might have to take a long while to sit down. But if you ever need a helping hand, they're there for you.
There you go.
And it's beautiful grounds. It's on the south side of Dublin. It's an old Victorian building. I hate to say it, if you ever seen Shutter Island, where they had like the communal garden where the people were like eating the grass and stuff like that, you'll find people chasing butterflies and shit out in the courtyard. They're the safe ones. They're the kind ones. They don't know what the fuck is going on half the time. But yeah, inside you'll get help, even if it's just some context. I was there once, only once, except for when I got the news that she died. But back to me. I did my junior cert. My junior cert would be the end of what you'd call middle school. And from there you kind of move on, because we do something called primary school, which is very early stuff, you know, A, B, C, D, obviously in Ireland and all
Yeah,
that shit.
primary school, from what I understand,
Elementary is school over
yeah,
there, isn't it?
it's pretty much like elementary school. Over here, elementary school can go from pre-K, aka 4-year-old kindergarten, up until 5th grade,
Which would
depending on where you live.
be 10, 12?
9, 10.
Okay, you see, our cutoff was around about 10 or 12, and then we moved off into our secondary schools, which are divided in itself into two things, which is junior and leaving. We had different uniforms for it. Our school, it was blue and black. If you ever watch Harry Potter, kind of like that. And the blues were the young ones, me, and the older ones were the black ones. With the actually technically it was more of a burgundy. It was actually a very pretty, very nice dark color. They always kind of came across as this more sophisticated group of them. But if I were to talk to anyone in that uniform now, they would drive my head crazy in 5 minutes, because they're a bunch of fucking teenagers who have no idea how the fucking world works. You know, I would not want any time around them. But the school gave you a couple of years, and then you did your junior, and then you did your senior. But near the end of the senior, if you were part of a guild, if you did woodworking, metalworking, you could actually take off it to become a journeyman. That is still in effect. We have a guild hall in Dublin, and of course the famous one in London. You can take that off. It's called the gap year or the leap year, and I don't know if you guys have an equivalent over there. I'm sure I've asked this question before to someone else. But
Not really. So when you're in high school, uh, I turned 14 right before I started high school.
okay,
So 9th grade, you could have electives, just random courses that you took in between all the stuff you needed to be able to graduate, right?
yeah.
And at the time that I was in school, there was wood shop. The high school I graduated from had auto collision repair. In other places, it was just automotive repair.
Hmm.
But ours was specifically, the school that I graduated from, auto collision repair. And I
So,
took that class. It was all girls, and we learned how to rebuild fiberglass frames for cars.
oh, my dad would have loved that. He used to make fiberglass boats.
Yeah, that shit was fun. I loved it. Up until I was about to graduate, and the teacher of that class hit me up on Facebook and was like, "Are you still with that boyfriend?" And I was like, "Ugh." Anyway,
Oh,
uh,
of course. There's always that little twist, isn't there?
there is, and it was really disturbing.
Yeah.
Uh, there was also, once I graduated, they added in a nursing program and a culinary program.
So not home ec, but like a higher tier of home ec.
Yeah, like the first high school that I went to, we had essentially home ec, which counted as a health credit because they made us take a day to watch a video about the dangers of smoking and drinking.
Wow, that's shy. R1 included first aid. For the kids who
Yeah, no.
weren't even in the higher tier, they all knew how to bandage. I remember the girls all practicing on each other for a test, and they would all they have the gauze brought out. They had to return the gauze afterwards, but you know, like they were. I think it was also a little subtle way for them to say hi to the guys that they liked. They'd ask the guys they liked, could they bandage their wounds, and no one came to me. Womp womp. Aww.
Womp womp.
Which is hilarious because years later I found out not only was there a girl who everyone liked, she was the posh girl in class. She apparently fancied me for the first few years in school. My crush fancied me the first 2 years of school as well. And I was so insular, so Aspergery, so autistic, I didn't pick it up. I feel like Homer needing to bat the light bulb to make himself feel better.
I mean, to be fair, like, I have people from high school that currently, like, hit me up on Facebook. And they're just like, oh, yeah, I had this, like, huge crush on you in high school. I'm like, no. If
Didn't you
you
see all the
did,
signs, the way I was staring at you and not talking to you and occasionally walking away when you
being
came
an
near me?
asshole to you, like, no, dude, like, you gotta be fucking direct with me. I'm fucking autistic. Tell me.
With me, you need fucking giant fucking lights, airplane lights. Someone needs to have like a fucking runway set up between your legs, going in like doot, doot, doot. Free meal or something. I don't know. But as I get older, I'm like, oh shit, are you into me? Yeah, great.
Perfect. Cool.
Now we're cooking with fire. Now we're cooking with coals because we will finish this video. We will finish this video before tonight. I swear to you, chat. Please.
I have a stream
share.
in 3 hours.
I told you, it just vanishes like tears in the rain.
No, that's the biggest issue whenever we get together to stream. We have so much fun having just these random conversations. We get nowhere and everywhere all at the same
you know
time.
what we need to do? We need to find a whole day, just the two of us. A whole day. We can do a 12-hour stream, and with the exception of my sciatica and little human probably setting fire to something, we will not be distracted.
Right now he's spinning a sock. Where did you find that sock? We're sitting on the couch. You and your Karen Bob haircut.
That's your sock now. You don't let her take that away from you. Fight her. Bring out your switchblade. She can't take that. You earned that through right of conquest.
These bowl of
oh my god, looking at him still makes me laugh because of his hair.
And we're going to melt it and then drizzle it on top of our steak. Right after the onions.
Never let that anonymity drop. But if you ever find someone who exactly matches it, post it in a Discord or something like that.
Or a brown gravy.
Share the joy.
Some in there.
This haircut is fucking wild. I love it.
I would think. Maybe like a little bit more.
How can you make scooping a jar
some A1
unpleasant? It's just the way he does it. It's like an old man chewing.
He's putting A1 in it.
A1 steak
I know.
Sauce.
And you know what? Credit where it's due. I thought he was going to put way more.
Stir it around with the brown gravy. Now we're going to take the cheese. We're going to melt it in the microwave so it's all ooey gooey. Then we're going to pour the cheese on top and get that money shot right there.
Where's Boglin? Boglin Chronicles or Boglin Reacts? Because I can reach out to Boglin Reacts, but I've never talked to Boglin Chronicles. Boglin Chronicles is aware that I and many other people use as source material.
Boglum Chronicles is the best.
Ooh, can you be my foot in the door? Tell him that I'd love to have him on the show. Tell him that I'm pretty.
I can see what I can do.
You're not held to any standards, but tell him that if he needs a reference, he can point to, say, Boglum Reacts. And Boglum Reacts, like I said, I need to get him back on the show in the next couple of month or two, before the trip anyway.
I think the last time Boglum Chronicles did a live stream was like over New Year's.
We've got a high-powered microwave. We're gonna microwave that goddamn gravy.
Wait,
and
Boglum Reacts, not Boglum Reacts,
mixture.
Boglum Chronicles, he's English, isn't he?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
Yeah, because
2 minutes.
Tobes did his New Year's Eve thing,
Then we're gonna pour the
and
gravy on top
Boglum
of our
Chronicles
steak.
decided to do
Then we're
a
gonna do the
post-stream
cheese after
live
that.
stream about it.
And that is
I love how
cooked.
the internet is just 90% plagiarism.
That is piping hot.
We have not an original thought in our skull.
I got barbecue black. Gravy and steak sauce
Drink.
going on. Oh, look at that.
Look, I am.
Get the fuck on there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that. That could be a fucking emote noise. Someone Someone bought a t-shirt. Get the fuck on there. That was Combs trying to flex to be a dom. He fails, but points for trying.
Look at all of that grease and
it looks like
the fold in the bottom.
The worst menstrual pad. It looks like the worst menstrual pad.
Oh, just wait, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Oh, goddamn, that looks good.
Does it? That looks good to you.
Do a 2-minute burst.
I'm partly colorblind. If you were to show me that, I'd be like, "Oh, is someone baking a cake? Is that chocolate frosting?" Like, no, that's not chocolate colored. Oh, what is it? It's meant to be red. Oh no.
Oh no. I can tell you that's meant to be brown. And boy, is it brown and chunky.
You see, no. That's brilliant. You saw right there what I don't see. At best, I could maybe pull it off as a red, but you're seeing a brown. Like I said, I'm partly colorblind. I can't see colors like the rest of you guys. And I need people to tell me, "Oh no, that's actually a..." And I'm like, "Oh, you could, by the way, fuck me over 1,000 times. No, that's actually yellow. What the fuck?"
No, I'm telling you, that is brown and it's chunky.
On top of our
I
gravy.
believe you. I
mean, I haven't done a steak food hack in quite a long time, but I do like my meats. Goddamn, son.
I'm the wrong one.
Now, after that 2-minute burst, I had about 34 seconds left, and the cheese was definitely starting to melt. Oh my fucking god. Sweet baby
looks
Satan,
like custard.
look at that. It's still stuck to the inside. We're gonna have to scrape it all out, YouTube.
On YouTube.
That bowl is hot tamales, man. I'm gonna take and just...
Yeah, because you microwaved it.
All that melted garlic cheese.
Cheese.
Here, we're going to smooth
this is
this
cheese the same way Philadelphia is cheese. Laughing Cow is cheese. Come on.
No, okay. So what he has right there is
a Gouda. It was the garlic or something, wasn't
it? It was a garlic infused New York white cheddar.
That's right. It was the one I couldn't believe he said it the way that he did. It was like artisanal or whatever.
Yeah.
Artistrian, thank you. My god, there's some meta fucking humor for you. You gotta be there early to catch that. But
yes, that is a New York white cheddar that is infused with garlic And the thing is, just so everyone is aware, I have a culinary degree. So if you want to properly melt cheese, either you make a cheese sauce, so you'll make a roux, put in some heavy cream or milk, depending on your preference, melt the cheese into it, and then pour it over. Or you can do a double broiler method, and you have like a pot of water on
I
the
was going
stove.
to say, because that's how I do it.
Yeah. Like either one of those methods would work fantastically. Either make a cheese sauce or do the double boiler method. And you're good to go. Instead, he made it into
Microwave.
cubes, put it into the microwave for 2-minute bursts, and he gets slop. Like, ugh.
I'm so glad I spent €40 on a bottle of Jack Daniels I haven't even opened yet. My God, I am so good with my cash. Give me money. But yeah, no. What I do is a very primitive form of that, where I get like a tray and put it over a pot of boiling water, and then just kind of let the heat do its thing above it until it's nice and
Yeah.
melted, and throws the water out. Throw the majority of the water out, a little bit of it. Maybe
Oh,
that's when I add the maybe a
I am
stock or something.
so sorry, Billy Boy Blue, that I accidentally said broiler instead of boil method. My fucking bad. I'm drunk. Anyway,
Ooh,
double
so
boiler method.
someone southern is coming out right now.
Just wait until you hear me say truck.
How'd you say? How'd you call it? Mississippi or?
Nah, it's Mississippi, but you spell it M-I, crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I.
You don't call it Sippy.
Nah, it's Mississippi.
Him Monk did, and he is the king of all Southerners, so he outranked you.
I also did voice lessons for many years to get rid of my accent.
Fuck you! Why would you get rid of that?
Um, because in certain fields they don't take you seriously if you have a
Call
southern
centers.
accent.
Call center. It was a call center job, wasn't it?
No.
Okay, what was it?
Um,
You don't have to say if you don't want to.
I am currently a customer support supervisor for a multi-billion-dollar
You could have
company, and
just said it
sometimes
was like a call center.
uh but I also sit in on production meetings for this
So,
company.
but you must listen to Rahid and Yinkui over there, and yet your southern accent is the problem? Like, come on.
Actually, no, everyone that I listen to and talk to is from the States.
Really? Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Um, and they really wouldn't take you seriously if you. Let's hear your actual OG.
Oh, like I can't do that anymore. It's been years.
Is there any word? What's the word that you're very aware of? In Ireland, it's the letter T. 33 thumbtacks on a Thursday in a theatre. We can't do it. We just. It's beyond us. What's yours?
Oh, it's seriously just the word truck.
Truck. Wait. I thought you were faking that. Is that really like beyond your control? You can't say the word truck without sounding like truck.
No, it has to be truck.
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 So it's a pickup.
Truck.
Okay. It's a 16-wheeler
Truck.
truck. Truck. Small human. What is it? Truck.
It's just a truck.
Truck. Yeah, there we are. You got 2 words. You actually got 3 words in. Actually, it's just a truck. You got 4. You see, it's there. Fuck whoever told you that. Fuck that noise. That is genuine discrimination. Like,
If you
fuck
ever, like, if I'm ever in Tennessee with my family, the accent comes out strong and it is fierce, and I cannot control it.
In September, if you're there, we're gonna be drunk. I am gonna have you sound like fucking Dolly Parton. That I swear to you.
No.
Yes, it will be on record, and you will wear it like a fucking shield of pride, not shame. I will make you love yourself again. That I swear. Probably with lots of shots of vodka. Anyway.
Yeah, the cheese is definitely fucking melted.
Whatever you're
It's
having.
starting to bubble, and I don't want to overcook it. But putting like all this melted cheese on top of a steak. I'll give you a close-up of this action before we do our final 2 steps here, or 3 steps.
It looks like the cheap frozen lasagna I bought like
now we're gonna take
a few days ago.
Our
I didn't want to cook. It's a depression.
Caramelized onions. And we're going to drizzle the caramelized onions on top of that melted cheese.
Ooh, my bad. All right. Ah, no. There we go.
Now, a whole container for a steak that big might not be necessary, but
ladies and gentlemen, the Cobra Monto. Like, oh my god, that is the ultimate example of what Cobes believes. It's not necessary, but that's Cobes. You right there, Mango? Mango. Did we lose her? Did we lose me? No, we're still good. We're only in a mangoless void. Oh, you all hear me? Weird. Enter a message. God, my paranoia is now like, oh, did I push it too far with the accent thing? Oh no. I hope I didn't. I am right though. I'm gonna stand by this, sober or drunk. If you got accent, you fucking roll with that shit. When I mentioned the guy earlier, the guy I was in the hostel with, he was talking to his sister who was up in I think Rochester, and she was getting him to write out a CV, and apparently they needed a video CV for the job. And one of the things was she kept on telling him, and I know this because I overheard her say this: you have to talk like a white man. You have to talk like a white guy, talk like a white boy. Come on, you can't be talking like this. You can't be talking like that. You can't be Ebonics. You know, she wanted them to drop the Ebonics. All the while I was thinking, like, fucker's not even 20 and he's working on a skyscraper. He's clearly fucking dedicated. And he was looking over at me and apologizing every time his sister mentioned white boys. Are you fucking high? I know what side of the fence I was born under. We're all good. I'm in a homeless shelter too, buddy. My skin don't mean shit. Or maybe it did because the American government sent me home. Shit. That guy might still be fucking struggling at a minimum wage job. I hope not. Hope Mohammed's doing okay. Good kid. Alright. I guess this will give us a chance to watch the remainder of the video that she's seen anyway. I don't know. Look, I guess we just gotta move on without her until she comes back. Again, I'm really fucking freaked out that I might have said something to her and she just left, but she didn't. There's no DMs of like, dude, cut it out, or, you know, drop it or anything like that. Something tells me she wouldn't, if she wasn't comfortable, she wouldn't. I think I was taking too much into it. God knows what's happened. But if she's back, she's back. Oh. Oh, I said I was running to the restroom. Ah, my bad. Sorry. My bad. I'm a silly goose.
It's like a bloody million calories here, but that's why it's probably going to taste delicious. Scoop it on there. Drenched in fucking onions, no doubt. This thing is like covered in onions. I think we got them as much as we're going to need. There's a couple left in the pan, but we can snack on those.
Okay.
Like this just looks ridiculously unhealthy.
It looks goop. It looks like he's got liver in that meal. If you've ever cooked or dealt with liver, when it's raw liver looks the most bloodiest of all the organs, in my opinion. Maybe kidneys.
YouTube.
Anyway, she'll be back in a bit.
Saying some goddamn bacon bits.
Oh my god!
Goddamn, son.
Some is an arbitrary amount, so technically a lot can count as some. Oh my god, he just keeps going. Keep going. Yeah.
Not quite the entire container of bacon bits. But no, that's most of it.
That.
Got a handful of bacon.
Of course. So the entirety of the bacon.
There's any more ingredients on top of here. The sauce is legitimately spilling out over the edge of the plate.
Now I don't feel so bad for red pepper flakes and Mr. Dash or brown
sauce.
I know what Mr. Dash is.
Coming.
I don't think we have it over here, but I know it. Spicy on the pizza after removing it from the oven. No, you're fine. When I pulled my chicken goujons and my hash browns out of the oven, or the air fryer in this case, I tossed in some spices and, well, spices.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. You
okay,
scared me. You scared me.
I've been back for like 4 minutes.
Why do you think I was saying the things I was saying? Clearly there was a miscommunication.
Oh no, because
made a faux pas due to alcohol and stupidity.
No, I ran to the restroom, came back, spoke on.
A little robot-y.
Oh shit! I don't know what's going on. Then hold on.
Keep talking. No. I think maybe it's past. Keep talking.
Am I good? Are we good?
Yeah. You sound good now. Keep talking.
Okay. No, because I ran to the restroom, said that I was going to the restroom, but I guess something happened with the Discord connection. Because when I came back, you couldn't hear me at all, so I left and re-entered the call, and then you could hear me.
You heard me. You heard my paranoia kick up, and I'm like, "What have I done? No!" I honestly thought I thought I crossed the line, so I'm sorry.
No, I ran to the restroom. I even said, I'm running to the restroom real quick. Be right back. But I guess the Discord connection fucked up, so you couldn't hear me.
Or maybe I'm drunk. There's a possibility of all the things I've done today, alcohol might play a part.
Or it could be both.
It could be both. It's true. The point is, all's good in the hood. You okay?
Oh yeah, doing great. Took an extra minute because Small Human wanted more of that pasta salad I made.
Don't blame him. That sounded like a zesty experience. Did you say you added any citrus to it? Because that sounded like a little bit of citrus might not be the worst thing in the world.
Oh, so when I make my homemade Caesar dressing, I do freshly squeeze lemons into it.
How many? Two?
Usually just one, depending on
Ah.
like how much Caesar dressing I'm making.
Yeah, you're not gonna be making it for like a crowd or anything. You don't want it to overflow the other flavors. I'm a big citrus fan. There's probably about 20 oranges in my fridge right now. They're satsumas. They're tiny, but still, they count. But no, what you described. Actually, you know what? Go ahead. Tell the class.
So what I did for Small Human is I made a homemade Caesar dressing. I took anchovies and hand ground them into a paste, used freshly minced garlic, homemade mayonnaise, which making mayonnaise is really easy. Mix that all together with a little bit of lemon juice because you need the lemon juice. You absolutely have to have it.
If you're working with fish, wait, are you working with fish? Yeah, of course you are, because it's
Anchovies.
yeah, of course. A
Yeah.
lot of what reduces the salt content? Because let's be real here, anchovies have a lot of salt going on.
Well, okay, so the homemade mayonnaise, no salt involved. It's just literally egg and oil.
Yeah, but it's you're still adding a lot of anchovies, and the anchovies will add a
It's
level of
actually
salt.
not that much anchovies.
How many? Like a tin?
So when you take a small tin, like half the anchovies in it
You only add
per
Jesus.
2 cups of mayonnaise.
And how many cups? You talking about here?
Oh, I mean, altogether, after everything is said and done, it's like, 2.5, 3 cups of Caesar dressing.
So yeah, all right, yeah, no, that's a nice balance because it would over. I wouldn't mind it in my current state because I need more things to cut through the alcohol. But most people would be like, "Oh, my mouth, I can't taste my mouth." If it was like how I would do it, which would just be like, "Hi, here's the ocean. Here is Sicily. I'm gonna combine the two into a pot." Like just 50 of everything, all this thrown in at once. I would, in a way, do what Colbs has been doing with the bacon bits, and that makes me technically a hypocrite because, like, he is just. I mean, you've seen this video, like the amount of bacon bits he throws in on top of it, the whole thing.
It's ridiculous. But no,
Which again
I
is
made
all
the
salt.
I made the homemade Caesar dressing, tossed it with some noodles, added some extra parmesan, green onions. I lightly sauteed and let cool down bell pepper and regular onion. And then I also made some air fried chicken thighs that I shredded down and put in there. He loves it.
You always work with meat off the bone, or do you prefer like the pre-diced shit?
Well, these were boneless, skinless,
Oh, okay.
and I got them on sale, so that's what I grabbed.
How much are oyster thighs over there? That's what we call the
Oyster
so it's basically like it's chicken thighs. They kind of look like oysters, so they're called oyster thighs. They're the cheapest on the bone chicken you can get without those
Ah, so
pre-made special deal barbecue set sort of chicken wing things?
It depends on like when you buy them. The boneless, skinless thighs that I got, they were on sale, and it was like $12 for about 2.5 pounds.
How many? I don't go by the size, I go by the amount. Which is stupid,
8
by the way.
decently sized thighs.
Alright. That's not terrible. My current diet, I could probably make that last a week as my meat intake. Have one of them like a day. The problem I've always found is you're always losing out a little bit on a boned meat. When a deboned meat, like say a chicken fillet, particularly a chicken fillet or a fish fillet, I suppose, will just be just meat all the way down.
See, I prefer buying bone-in meats, especially like ham, chicken, and beef, because I can use those bones to make stock.
Yeah, of course. You get follow up. I really have to start using stock or making stock because whenever I do get bones, I just toss the damn things out. Or I hate to say it, on the really thin ones, I eat them. Like break them up and chew them up. Not healthy
I
for me.
got a really beautiful like spiral cut ham that was bone in, and I used that bone to make a good 13 cups of stock.
Wow.
It was absolutely delicious.
Do you ever want to cut the middleman out and just get marrow or stock?
Sometimes, but I would have to. The nearest butcher is like 30 minutes away.
That is such a cultural difference. I could point in any direction and there'd be like 5 butchers. Our village is very strange because we don't have a butcher's, but every town next to us has like several, regardless of their size. Bookies, butchers, sweet shops, aka petrol stations, pubs, big shock. It just en masse, and they're always in use, especially around about November, December, because of Christmas. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving, of course, but what we do celebrate is Christmas, and turkeys are required to the point where, on the countryside, they go for dirt cheap. Which, if I remember right, you're are you North Carolina or Virginia?
Oh, no, I'm in Ohio now.
Oh, okay. What's
I
the
was in South Carolina.
there we are. What's the turkey situation like when you want to buy a bird for Thanksgiving? How much is that setting you back, and how early do you have to book yours?
Well, if I go to a grocery store, if I hit it at just the right time, because uh well, obviously I shop at the grocery store year round. So you build up points and stuff, and I can get mine for 70 cents a pound.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do you ever think to just cut the middleman out and go to the farm?
It would be more expensive at the farm at that.
But you've never done barter?
Around here, depending on where you go, they're USDA certified farms.
Oh,
So
Ohio. Yeah, of course. Yeah, my bad.
they
No,
they
no, I take
have
it back. I
specific
was
pricing
wrong.
points.
I think that back in Wheelersburg, chicken for goat's milk is still a thing, at least when I was there. If you want eggs, you want spotted eggs, which somehow sell more but don't taste any different. Any different. And that is a scam. Never let anyone. They look pretty. You want to get quail's eggs. Now those are different creatures altogether, literally. So you want to be looking for those. But like if you see a bunch of like porcelain white eggs, it's going to taste the exact same as any other egg that was raised the same way, aka was produced the same way. How the chickens are treated. Also the size factor.
Oh, I get really lucky because my person, one of his siblings and his wife, they have chickens and ducks.
Oh, duck eggs.
Yeah,
Duck
so
omelets are
all
amazing.
all I have to do is ask, and I get chicken and duck eggs.
So I was driving around Mayo a few years ago, and well, I wasn't, but I was in the car, and they pulled over at this farm, and on the farm was this old mailbox. So it was like this little drive-in. It was a long way up past the gate to the house, but of course the mailbox is outside of the gate, and it was this little tiny chicken coop, and in it was this sign that said, "Leave money, take eggs, honor system, have fun." And it was stuffed full of money. So of course what we did was we tossed out 2 or 3 quid and grabbed a carton of eggs. But as we did, their cat came out and gauged us. And on its neck was this little sign that had a guard on it.
Oh.
And it was judging us. So you know what we did? We all, without saying a word, just reached into our pockets and found an extra euro coin each to throw into the jar.
Like around here,
Good eggs too.
especially right now, this is like the perfect time of year because I'm surrounded by farms.
What's
And
the
when
what's
you
the major export crop? Animals. Basically,
uh
what do they grow?
well, it depends on what part of the state you're in, but right beside me right now, like you've got a whole bunch of wheat farms
Oh.
and
Good
there's
bakeries,
corn.
then I imagine.
Oh, fantastic bakeries. But when you're driving up and down past these farms, they have stands like that where, you know, it's on the honor system. You pay, you grab what you want. And besides what they grow to be able to like sell off to people for like bakeries and stuff, you have people that'll sell, fresh green beans, fresh cucumbers, zucchinis, squash. People make homemade jellies and jams that they put
Yeah.
out on roadside stands that are just, honor system. And I have gotten
Wait,
some of the
honor system for jelly and jams? Really?
yep.
All right, now of all those things, the jelly and jams are the ones that require the most effort. So you wouldn't think that that would be on display. But yeah, what are we talking about? We talking about rhubarb? We talking about blackberry, blackcurrant?
Uh, well, black currant is actually not that common here.
Really?
Uh, yeah. The first time I ever tasted that was in Haribo gummies because
Wait,
it's
wait,
not
what did you call that? Haribo?
Haribo.
Haribo. Haribo.
No, it's Haribo.
No, it's not. Haribo.
Haribo macht Kinderfroh. Yes, Haribo.
Kids and grown-ups love it, so the magic world of
I am
Haribo.
Yeah, Haribo, as I said, because I'm fucking German, you dick.
And I am across the hall from someone who worked in the factory in Dublin. It's called Haribo, god damn it.
It's Haribo.
It's Haribo. When I dated a
Haribo.
German girl who called it Haribo.
We're saying the exact same thing.
I know, that's why I'm laughing, because this is hardly a thing to get angry about. But it is Haribo. Without the
Haribo.
Y, because Americans get so terrified at the idea of a silent fucking letter. You know,
I'm not saying it with a Y. I'm saying it with a pronounced I.
I know. And you're wrong.
I am not wrong. You can talk to my Oma in Bubblingen. I am saying it right.
What part of Germany?
Not too far away from Stuttgart.
All right, fair enough. I have a cousin living down in Munich. I also and he was a mountaineer. Not a cousin, my bad, an uncle. It's very rare to talk about this uncle because he's my dad's only brother. And as far as I'm aware, he's not aware that his own brother is dead because we couldn't reach him after my dad passed. And we never have. We're where he's.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like if he ever wants to reach out, absolutely, we'll show him where he wasn't buried. I can take him to the south of France though, but he was a mountaineer and an English teacher, and his wife, remember right, was like really like big into computer industry. I'm not sure what that means. It's so vague, but
That is really vague.
It's so vague. I know I have a cousin, their daughter, who all I know was that she was a goth. And all I'm picturing now in my head is the Riverdale comics, but when they're altered to make them all look goth and like punk. That's all I'm basically you, Mango, but with darker hair and a whole lot more tattoos. I mean, like full fucking. Where's Missy?
I mean, my hair is nearly black, so I get it.
Yeah, that's how I picture my distant, I will probably never meet cousin. But yeah, no, Haribo. Haribo.
Haribo.
Harry. By the way, what's your favorite type? Mine's Star Mix.
Twin snakes.
You and Dreamleaf on Twitter have that in common. Cause
Twin snakes is my favorite. My second favorite are the sour bears.
I like some sour bears, but I couldn't eat a whole pack. It would just be a little bit too. By the way, get 2 packs of Haribo, put them into the fucking fridge, light up a blunt, and when you are at that perfect level of stoned, take them out of the fridge. Oh my god. Your munchies will not even need to remotely think about munch. It is all about, because especially the I've always found the hearts in the Star Mix, they crystallize in the cold, and then when you bite into them, they kind of explode with flavor. It's so weird, but you're not going to appreciate it unless you've taken like Molly, shrooms, or you get really stoned. And it's
fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, light up a fucking blunt or do a bong hit. What I'm gonna say is have some Star Mix in the fucking fridge. It's better than it has any right to be. Coles is almost finished.
my Oma, she every year at Easter, our birthdays, and at Christmas, she sends giant boxes of Haribo, other treats from Germany to us. She also sends our favorite seasoning packets because at my mom's house and at my house we love to make rouladen. Uh, we like to do currywurst,
Ooh,
stuff like
currywurst is
that.
nice.
Currywurst is fucking amazing.
Marzipan foods from Germany are amazing. I do love me some marzipan. I've done a 180 over the years on marzipan.
Oh, fucking love marzipan.
Mm. You
Okay,
and Lady would have loved a conversation together. How is your German? Sprechen die Deutsch?
uh, okay. So if you speak it to me, I understand it. Uh, actually, I have a tattoo on my back because my Oma always told us, "Leben ist Kunst." Life is art. So that's tattooed on my back because of her. Love my Oma. She's the best.
Um, I tried the Rosetta Stone German for years, but all I remember is German for cat is Kot. You know, like it's pretty basic shit. I've actually learned more from World War II video games. Angriff, schnell, Achtung. You know, like it doesn't endear me much. Especially if you
Oh my god.
watched me, especially if you watched me on the stream with Chesh and Landon on Wednesday, you know I have a quite long history with German aesthetics. Let's just say.
So, my senior year of high school, one of my best friends at the time, his name was Carl. Uh, he was teaching me some German, and we were doing extracurriculars on the side together. Anyway, uh, my mom, she was just like, "You need to do this, 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 and this for me." And I looked at her and I was like, "Ich had kein Lust. I don't want to." And she went off on me in German. Like, she does not remember German unless she is talking to her mother or she is pissed off. And she went off on me. And I was like, "Okay, I'll wash the dishes. Just speak to me in English, woman."
The weirdest thing about it is most immigrants in America usually feel, especially towards their children, the sense of requirement. You have to speak English. This is your country. My country was Afghanistan, Mexico, fucking some country in Southeast Asia that probably isn't fully recognized by the UN. Like anywhere in the world. But when they have kids in America, they're like, "Hey, you're gonna learn English. Where's you gonna fucking learn English? You're
Well,
also gonna learn Spanish or Dutch or anything else." But when it comes to people over generations, it's not really anything except for what you might consider in high school. Oh, I'm gonna
well,
learn German because I've got friends and family who's German.
so when I was in high school, like I took French, right?
Hmm.
Uh, je parle français un petit peu. I
Bonjour,
speak
je
French.
m'appelle Dylan. J'habite Liton.
Oh,
There, that's all I remember. That and Vosh is cow, and I find that funny because Vosh should be horse. And it would go on.
but like, my Oma, she was always from Germany. She met my papa, who was a U.S. soldier, while she was working on a U.S. military installation in Germany, right?
Hmm.
She moved over to the U.S. with him, my mom, everything like that. When my mom was in like first grade, I think it was, my mom got to do the unaccompanied minor flight over to Germany to go visit family.
I did that over to the
'Cause
UK.
yeah, like all of her uncles and aunts and everything on my Oma's side, they lived there. So my mom went over. My mom had been dual language growing up, German and English. When she came back, my Oma picked her up from the airport with like a whole bunch of her friends from school to surprise her. all of her friends were like speaking in English, like trying to get her to like telling her all about their summers and like trying to get her to talk about hers. And my mom looked at my Oma in the rear view mirror and she told my Oma in German, I don't know what they're saying. What is happening?
Good.
And
It
my
means
Oma
that she did a
kind of
good job.
stopped. My Oma just stopped and she was like, she spoke to my mom in English and she was like, you don't know English anymore? And my mom was like, huh? So she spoke in German. She was like, you don't know English anymore? And she was like, nope.
Wait, but she was in France, right?
She was in Germany for
Oh,
the
sorry.
summer.
Well, what part of
Just
Germany? It
like,
wasn't Berlin, was it?
no, it was Böblingen.
Okay, so then if it was Berlin, everyone speaks it. I knew that was going to be the case in Berlin. I was not prepared for that in Oslo. I've never found people so quick and eager to speak to actual English speakers than in Oslo. My God, they were so fucking happy that they could actually try out their English. Except I had heard them talking to all these other all these other people who were Norwegian, and they never once spoke Norwegian. And I talked to some of these third parties who were from Norway, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, yeah. In Oslo, you just speak English. It's just what you do, because it's a way to prop up your school English." And here comes an actual English speaker to make us feel like we can finally tackle this. I went
Yeah.
to France on my very first trip, the one where I saw a guy get shot and there was a massive riot. It was a bad time for everyone. And there were these two Japanese girls in my hotel, and they always opened up by saying bonjour. And I said hello back, and they didn't know how to deal with it until someone told me at the hotel bar that they thought I was picking on them as a Frenchman by using not French. And I was like, what? Do I sound French to you? Why don't you send them over? No, they're scared of you. Like, because they thought that, like, they were beneath the ability to. I thought that they were beneath the ability to speak the pure language of French. They were on the fast path to doing something called the Paris syndrome, if you've ever heard about that. Where somebody from Japan goes over to Paris and they see Paris for all its shit. I cannot stress enough. Shit. And
That's the thing though. Like
they have a mental breakdown.
in France, like cuz I've been to France before. Uh
Paris?
yes.
Fucking
We,
shithole, isn't it?
it is. We
New
Cuz
York
of
any day
my
of the
Oma
week.
was,
And I hate New York in
we
many
were
ways.
we were able to take a train just like over into France for the day, you know?
Mm.
So that, but like the French, they get really fucking insulted if you try and speak French to them
Yes.
and you're not from France.
No, I will actually defend the wider French community. The Parisians do. The rest of
Ah,
France is a series of local dialects that the Paris government, since the time of Napoleon, have been trying to stamp out. If you've ever heard the term patois, this is literally what they mean, because there is a dialect of French called patois that is dying out. The Basques, Brittany,
yeah.
Normandy has its own thing. Nice is half Italian, half French. There's a lot of German going on in Alsace-Lorraine, up around Strasbourg. But when I get to the south of France, I absolutely love it. When I get to Paris, I want to burn the place down. I have never hated a city more. Walking down the streets, everything is beyond dilapidated. Everything is stinking. You must have noticed the smell. And you've been to New York. You must have noticed the difference in smell. There's something. Wait, what time
I've
of year
never
did you
been
go?
to New York.
You've oh, maybe I should have had the meetup in fucking New York instead of Philadelphia then. Jesus Christ. Because you need to experience something for the first time, and hopefully, if you don't like it, the last time in life. It's like doing a hardcore drug. You do it once, and you know if it's for you or not. You know, like, for me, I love New York. It's a shithole.
One of my dreams, one of my overall goals, is to be able to take Small Human to the FAO Schwartz toy store in New York, because I think that
where's
he'll absolutely love it.
that's in Manhattan?
I'm not sure.
It's not up near the Lego store, is it?
I think it's not too far away from the Lego store.
Well, then it's in Manhattan. It's probably not too far off from Broadway and Times Square and all that shit.
Because, like, when I was a kid, I always wanted to go to the Toys R Us store in New York.
Mm.
But of
It'd
course,
be magical
Toys
to
R
see
Us
this
shut.
shit. or Drake. Actually, Drake is actually in New York, New York State. But yeah, no, I love so much about New York. There's so much stuff that I couldn't live there. Like, I tried, but the money alone, the finances, even if you're living on the most peripheral parts of New York, you have to go into places where the ghetto would not want to go into. You know, like, to be able to afford. You have to live on a shack clinging on the side of a hill on the side of a pig rendering plant, you know, to be able to say that you work and live in or around New York. I I love this. I love that city for what it produces, but to live there, it almost feels like it's a birthright because no one else would want it and no one else can afford it.
And all of those people that like transplant into New York with like dreams of Broadway and acting and everything, they kind of get shut down like really fucking fast.
Yeah, they need to go on a few holidays first to New York to get the vibe of it. But get this, Ireland has a way in, and it's called pouring a pint. Because in Ireland, a lot of people work bars as one of their first jobs, especially the girls. Everyone likes to see a girl in some tight pants pouring some pints. Hi, Missy, are you still in the chat? Hell, Mango, did you ever work a bar?
I have worked a bar before.
Okay, well, you know exactly where I'm going with this. Now imagine an entire economy based around this, where
Oh,
when you...
no. Okay. So I can kind of imagine an entire economy based off that because there is a bar in Las Vegas. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's marketed as an Irish pub. All of the women that work there,
Are topless?
no, they transplant in from Ireland, and the owner of that bar gives them 1 year to find a husband and become a US citizen, or else they have to go back.
I've never heard of this before. What the
Yep.
fuck?
Yep.
Okay, I'm opening a second tab. I gotta get to the bottom of this. Cobes, don't worry. Before the end of the evening, we will finish. I should have just said we watch one video with Cobes or something as the thumbnails. Because, Mango, we are autists and drunk. Combo that
And
with the fact that we are both in our 30s and shit gets wild.
we're having a good time. We are 3 hours into this, and I have to leave in an hour because I have to get ready for my stream.
I told you, fucking through your fingers. Like, bye. But where's it all going? Where does it all go? It all goes by not shutting the fuck up. I should know. I'm the one who doesn't shut the fuck up.
No, here's the thing though. We play off of each other really well, which is why we've been here for 3 hours doing
Something
this.
tells me you don't have an ulterior motive for being here. You enjoy my company, yes.
No, this is a fucking great time.
Right? And by the same logic, I also really enjoy your company whenever you're on, especially with booze. And that's why you show up in September. I don't want you to be put into any sort of position where you're gonna have to lose money or it's gonna cause problems with you and your significant others. So life comes first. You can. Love to have you. I would love to have you.
Absolutely.
Because look at this. Imagine this in person all day with no obligations other than where am I going to sleep and what am I going to eat.
Okay, Raisin might get annoyed with the both of us.
Raisin will have her time too. I will not let any of my girls down. I will hug you all equal. I am big. I am a big man with a big long arms. I can do both. I can actually do many, actually. I think Chesh, if she shows up, I gotta give her equal time. I wouldn't do that. And hell, if Krendar shows up, yeah. Holy shit. Well then, what are we gonna do with that?
Did you find it?
No, because I've been busy using my hands like an Italian and just been talking with them. So now I have to start typing. It was the Vegas bar, Irish. Las Vegas bar Irish girl's husband. We'll put it like that. Can I? Real honeymoon, last bar. 9 fine Irishmen?
I'm not sure what its name is, but like all of the girls that work there have come over from Ireland. The owner gives them a year to find a husband, and if they don't find one in the States, they
Ooh.
get sent back and new girls get sent over.
Okay, so I have the TikTok. So
I'm gonna go ahead and call this the best.
No, I saw someone down the list that I actually know personally. That's fucking dope. I love being famous.
Raisin, I am super stoked to meet you in September.
If you can't, you can't. If you can only stay a day, I'm only going to be there for a week. And 2 of those days we mostly focus with me trying to get in and out. But in those times, that's the window I give you. Otherwise, come over here. It's like what, like 400 a ticket? Not cheap. But
well, no, just depends. First of all, I have to get my passport renewed.
Americans and their fucking passports. A sign as old as time.
But if I use the usual site that I use to find tickets, it'll cost me like $150. It's not a big deal.
I was just checking in my passport. I found 2 old passports before my passport. It's not complicated, motherfuckers. You're as dense as you need to be. Like, get out, explore the world. Realize that Americans aren't always treated with the same respect that I give you, which is mostly directed towards your women with no clothes on and calling my name in throes of passion. Anyway, so now we can move on. I have other interests in your continent besides the content of boobs, but still.
I'm gonna go ahead and call this the best Irish pub in Vegas. I'm absolutely not sure if it's the best because I haven't been to any others, but this is kind of amazing to have this like seemingly authentic Irish pub and
in a fucking mall. You do realize that like
it's not in a mall, so the strip in Vegas is essentially it's an outdoor mall kinda.
Yeah, I know what Fremont Street is. I've seen enough footage of it. I always wanted to
Yeah.
go to it. I've played New Vegas. I know what this is about. Freeside, and I'm gonna go to Mick and Ralph's, and I'm gonna buy myself a freebie into the strip. Thank you very much. But no, the thing I'm complaining about is in America, I've been to dozens of Irish pubs. There is this unspoken thing in Ireland until it's spoken and put into many novels, where we actually have to go to an Irish pub when we see one in a foreign country, so we can judge you poorly or occasionally give you a little sticker,
Oh,
like an elementary kid going like, "You did good," and I've done both. I have been to the worst American bar, Omaha, Nebraska, up near where Elf lived. It was just a warehouse painted green. The best one I have ever been. It was called the Shamrock, by the way. The best one I ever went to was in Wheelersburg, Ohio, and it looked like somebody had hewn the coachman's up near Dublin's airport and hurled it a few thousand miles away to the mountains south of Ohio, and just fused into the wall. It was perfect. Both of
uh,
which were owned by Irish guys.
my favorite Irish pub in the U.S. that I'd ever been to was actually in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Owned by an Irish dude and his wife. They were both in like their 70s,
East Coast,
and
good.
it was called the Puddlin' Duck.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, best bangers and mash I've ever had.
All right, already off to a bad
Ever.
start. Irish, and do you bangers and mash, but bangers and mash is an English thing.
It is, however, comma space. Uh, they put that on the menu for people that don't quite understand what Irish cuisine is. You know what I mean?
Brack, Cottle, a little bit of the old what do you call it? Oh, there was this type of like boxy, which I know Ben Pye from Drunken Peasants was obsessed over back in the day. Which they
That shit's
make it.
fucking good.
Yeah, have you had it?
I have had it at the Puddlin' Duck.
McNibbles is a factory that lives up the road. It lives up the road. That's a very Irish way of saying it. And sure enough, they make that shit. And every day, the trucks around about 4 or 5 in the morning pass by my window, going down to supply most of the west coast of Ireland. And
Huh.
we get our potato bread, our potato farrells, our boxy boiled, and our boxy. I think the other way of cooking it is, well, you can cook it in bread, but I'm guessing like oven or baked, aka you can throw it
Yeah.
into a toaster if you really want. And they also do pancakes as well, but like American style pancakes, and they're very soft, like IHOP pancakes. They're very soft, they're very squishy, they're very doughy, spongy sort of things.
Oh, I
Uh,
hate IHOP.
I've never liked IHOP except for one thing. When you're hungover the morning after and you have to go somewhere and you couldn't grab breakfast at home, so the two of you stop off an IHOP before you go off to your destination. Only time I like
Okay,
IHOP.
so all right, IHOP. I've gone there for not breakfast stuff.
Of course, they
Uh,
do like.
if I really, really want a hungover, ready to go to my next destination, just on the way.
The
I go to
Waffle
Waffle.
House, yeah. No, here's the thing: you go to the Waffle House to get into a fight, and then you go to the
No,
IHOP to readjust.
no. Okay, you only go to the Waffle House for a fight if you're looking for a fucking fight.
Or
You
you're in a
go to
red-lined area of the city.
yeah. For me, everywhere that I've lived,
Has
the
been
Waffle
redlined.
House has been in like a college town. So you go there at 2 in the morning, super drunk, and you watch the frat guys and sorority girls do drunken karaoke at 2 in the morning. And it's fucking fantastic.
Last time I went to Waffle House, it was closed because someone didn't like that he was fired and he tried to set the place down. that was in Illinois. So we had to keep on moving. So we went to someplace far worse. A Subway. Doodaloo doo
Oh,
doo. Yeah, we
dun,
didn't have a
dun.
choice. I know, right? We didn't have a choice in the matter. It was we were part of the a bus. Like I was doing the bus. This is back in the doomed American trip. Which I always think needs to be capitalized now. We're in well past that being history. This is the doomed American trip. New York to LA. And the worst part is, when I was in Buffalo, I could have gotten on a bus to LA for $25.
Oh my god.
Megabus. And I could have just skipped that. But you know what? I would have missed out on so much fun, so many friends, and I wouldn't have had my three-way up in Toronto. So
To be fair though, I do love the Megabus.
I love how the
Uh
logo looks like Pitmonk.
I One of the reasons why I love the Megabus was because when I was in college in Charlotte, North Carolina, uh I was able to take the Megabus for like $7 back down to South Carolina where my mom was. And that was fucking great.
That
Also
sounds.
took a weekend trip up to a DC one time just for shits and gigs.
I only did one Greyhound trip once on the whole failed American trip, and that was from Chicago to Omaha, and that was 8 hours of my life. The bathroom in the back of it was an absolute train wreck, or a bus wreck in this case. There was a guy right behind me, spent the whole time talking on his phone. But I filmed the whole thing. It's up on the channel to this day, of me just recording as much of it as my crappy laptop that constantly had seizures would let me. And one thing I learned is you fuckers have some unplanned for aesthetic beauty, and probably the best had to be the endless rows of wind farms at night. Not during the daytime, but at night their warning lights all flash in unison, but they do it in waves. And if you've not been on that sort of road, you don't know what I'm talking about. It looks like it 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 looks like an endless field of LEDs flickering in perfect unison again and again and again for mile after mile after mile after mile after mile. It was beautiful. And you fuckers did that to get the liberal vote in that state. Whatever you did, you didn't give a fuck that it was trying to help the environment and save you a little bit of money. It was entirely because it will get you whoever the governor was elected that term. Like it's just it's unplanned for aesthetics. It's almost like the same vein as what do they call it? Vaporwave, or like the abandoned mall aesthetic. Have you ever been into an abandoned mall?
Yes.
Ain't it beautiful? There's something about it.
Okay. So, there were a few malls that I used to go to as a kid, and one of them I remember very clearly. It was the Columbiana Mall, and we went there on Halloween to go trick or treating because it was like the safest place at the time.
Of course, it was probably police walking around security.
Yeah, like you could just go store to store, say trick or treat, and all of the different shop owners, they had, candy to give out,
Yeah,
treats, stuff
the
like that.
manager had given them a little bag of like tiny Mars bars and shit like that. Yeah.
Oh no, we got like full size candy bars and shit. It was great. But
Score.
and the Hallmark store gave out Beanie Babies for
Ooh.
Halloween. So that was great. But I remember in high school, I went to that same mall to go to the movie theater that was on the rooftop. And like we walked through the mall first, and the only things that were open were the Barnes and Noble's bookstore, the TGI Fridays, and the Macy's that had a hair salon in it. The same hair salon that I got my hair done for prom. Ugh, that was a bad day. But
I hopes. Bad
everything
day.
was just abandoned, empty. The water feature that used to be this gorgeous fountain was turned off, and it just felt like a liminal space.
But don't you find that a level of like, I suppose in your case you add a level of nostalgia to it. But earlier in the year, I posted this video up. I don't know if you saw it, but me and a local friend who's going to be on the podcast in the next couple of weeks, Commissar Feelgood, they they went around an old abandoned mall that was never finished with me, and it was it was it was very stark, and it was very strange. But I've got like decay. You must have done this too, where like you've watched a mall decay, where one by one the areas are closed up with those panels that say "coming soon" or some generic shit like that, and it never happens. And they're just like shelved up one by one until eventually the mall is maintained by the food court and maybe two or three things that are most likely completely financed off site, and it doesn't matter if those things make money, like
Uh,
the used glass and used gold. I remember that was a big thing over here
so
for a while.
the
Alex Center in
mall
Dublin.
that the mall that I used to go to all the time, the Columbia Place.
Hmm.
Uh, when I was a kid, there was, Radio Shack, the Disney store was there. There was actually a Warner Brothers store there as well.
across across
KB Toys and Games.
I kind of know those. I think I've been in one in, if not the state, London. I was in one in London.
Yeah, like it had everything. We loved to go there. There was a
The
giant
Batman toys were great.
Yes. There was a giant play place inside of the food court
Hmm.
that small human loved every time I took him there cuz that stayed open. A whole bunch of food options in the food court, and then gradually everything shut down. Right now inside of that mall is a card store that is actually owned by my cousin's wife's dad.
That is some Luan Hill level of distance from you to them.
No, like
so
My cousin, he's really close to me, love him to pieces. His wife, love her to pieces. Her dad, I didn't know that he ran the store.
So you two are like your family's that closely knit.
In some ways.
In this particular case, they are obviously closely knit. Yeah, okay, fair enough. My bad then, because when you said it like that, that was a lot of caveats. Like you were adding things on the end of it. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah.
No, my cousin, before he got married to his wife, like they told me and my sister that they were pregnant before they got married, and they were like, "Don't tell your cousin's dad." And I was like, "Okay, will not. Sure, keep it a secret."
That's a long arm of the law, so to speak, isn't it?
Especially in the South, when your uncle's a pastor and it's his son that.
No, what you said there makes so much. The South, I keep forgetting because of your fucking training.
I'm Southern.
Extremely. My God, you and Monty should do a fucking cooking. You, Monty, and Pitmonk would make the best Southern cooking show. Because you'd know how to get people who have very little money, very full of food, and very drunk.
Oh, just wait until you have my Southern baked mac and cheese.
I've seen images of what you've represented it as, but something tells me it's not yours. You just use like stock images that you found online. I want to see yours. Those were yours.
I never post my own mac and cheese.
Why? Why not do a video on it? A breakdown.
Because that recipe I have taken a decade to perfect.
And
that will
why would you not share?
Because that is a family secret. My mother does not know my recipe for mac and cheese, but she expects me to bring it to every family function.
I'll steal it out.
No one knows. My person has been in the kitchen with me while I make my mac and cheese, and he still doesn't know the recipe because I will not.
It's gonna be September. You're gonna be in the apartment that I rent, the house that I rented, and you're just gonna hand me a drink and go, go. You know, like I'll give you a shout if I need anything from the store. Just go. Then the door will slam, and I'll hear like a door, like a chair being prepped up against the fucking thing. I'm still taking notes of what I can see from the in between the cracks in the door. You know, is that garlic? Is that mozzarella? I'm seeing mozzarella. No
one knows the family recipe. My person has just been like, you should write it down so that way, like, you know, if you die, someone has it.
I still have
no.
a mac and cheese recipe from my first fucking girlfriend that's scattered around here, written in her own hand in this tattered old piece of paper. It's so decadent. It's borderline like cake. It's a tiramisu of cheese.
I use 2 pounds of cheese for every pound of macaroni.
That is, oh, my anus. No.
No, it's so fucking rich and so fucking good.
It would make me take many shits. I would love it, don't get me wrong, but afterwards I'm gonna go to the toilet like 8 times.
I doubled the recipe, took it to my person's, like, his mom was having this Memorial Day thing, like, cookout and stuff, so I made a giant tray of it, doubled the recipe, someone else, because his mom was like big mad that I brought a mac and cheese with me. She was just like,
was it trashy or was it just terrible that you actually brought food, implying that she can't
well,
cook?
no, it was something that she couldn't control.
Oh, she wasn't
Other
prepped for it.
person,
Yeah.
like, we told her well in advance that I was bringing this, and she was like, "Well, this other person that I have known for multiple years brings a mac and
Plus,
cheese."
you're a southerner. You're always gonna bring food to a fucking house when you're a guest.
Not only that, but I have a degree. Like, I know what I'm doing. And she was just like, "Well, this other person is bringing a mac and cheese," and he was like, "Trust me, let her bring it. We'll handle it." People ignored her friend's mac and cheese.
Can we stop everything to ask what the rhesus monkey in the background's up to? Because they seem very happy.
He is happy. He's just bouncing up and down.
What did he discover something? Did he?
No, he's just happy stimming
Good for him. In a way, I've
with
always
his Karen Bob haircut.
he'll never. Here's the beauty of it. He'll never understand the shame that comes with a Karen Bob haircut. Henceforth, he will wrap it back around and use it as a strength. I made this. I made this. Me. He gets the flex
It looks
in
fucking
ways.
ridiculous.
I know. I don't know what it looks like because, well, you're smart. You keep this shit fucking private. But still, I can imagine he looks like a Burke, as we would say over here. He looks like an absolute Burke. But here's the thing, he doesn't feel it. So as a result, he's Yo-Yo Rick from the Rick and Morty episode with the Voltron knockoff. So as a result,
Yes.
he knows he's a dork. He doesn't even know he's a dork. He just embraces it. And as a result, king. Fucking king. That is king material right there. I wish I had that lack of fucking self-awareness. But, and I don't say that as a negative, that as a positive. I worry way too much, even now, about what people think. And that shit kept me as the creepy loser in the corner for a decade. Jesus, like, I almost wish to a degree I wasn't as self-aware as I was. That was further down the autistic, or perhaps up, depending on how you want to write it, the autistic spectrum. I don't want to be like, say, Chris Chan, but because Chris Chan is too self-aware because they do the things that they do. But I wouldn't be against the idea of being like a cousin of mine who is one of the few people on the earth who have the cat eye genome, where their irises are slitted rather than oval.
Oh,
Oh, I only ever met her once. It is off-putting, and I saw her in candlelight too during the vigil. Little known thing here, folks. Some Catholic families in Ireland have an open casket in the house. Some older
really?
families. Oh yeah, it's rather common. Earlier last year, around about January last year, I told people
Yeah.
that I was noticing a black awning on the house across the street there. Guy died, and his body was laid in state, and people came to pay respect. I've lived in a house with a corpse more than once, and sometimes it is exactly that. It wasn't, not a story. But as for the vigil, we're getting back even older. The vigil is when the family, everyone in the family who knew them, got together, and we all hold candles in the dark, and we just look at the corpse. And while that is happening, a single glass is passed around where we all take the smallest sip. It's usually wine. In my case, it was wine. I was like 9, but they passed it to me all the same. I said, "Put my as my ma said, just put your lips to it." Next. That's it. That was her. That was me Auntie Patsy. She was the matriarch of our extended family. She's been dead now for, I'm gonna say, 16 years, 17 years. But it is. I'll always remember that for a few standout moments, including my cousin from the UK. She was non-verbal. She was an albino, but she didn't have the albino eyes. She has the albino hair and skin, and she kind of looked like Daenerys from Games of Thrones, except for the eyes, which were slitted, and that puts her in one of the few people on Earth that actually have it. You can check it out. I forget the term for it, but it's on Wikipedia. And she just looked at me, and I'm like, I looked away. I was terrified of her. She looked creepy, but I don't know what she was thinking. She was probably like, I didn't know this woman. I did. I talked to her numerous times. She gave me 350 during my communion. And that was in the 90s. Well, actually, it wasn't thousands, but still, it was a lot of money then. And now too. Speaking of money, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, guys. As always, we got a twist on this. And when
We
I
should
say
finish
wrap
this video.
yes, so we can say we did it.
Off of this
Colb, save us
is
from ourselves.
astonishing.
We are weak and pathetic without you.
All that gravy and that grease is spilling all over the edge of the plate. That didn't take us too long to make, about 46 minutes or so. But look at that, all the bacon, the cheese, the gravy. That just looks delectable, man. You get some like rolls to go with that to soak up any of the excess gravy. That'd be a hearty meal for sure. Like I said, this Blue Hill Bay herb smoked salmon, 100% real fish, fully cooked, 12 grams of protein per serving, no artificial preservatives, and it's gluten-free. I'm gonna sip some of this gravy off the edge real quick.
Why did I come back at this time? Oh my god! Mother, he has such a weird way.
I got most of the sauce off here. A little bit on the outside ain't gonna hurt. Take a look at that sexiness. It is covered in gravy.
We would call this a midden heap. This is the compost that is going to devolve, like, decay in the sun, and eventually we will toss it out onto the fields for a new harvest. This is not fit for human consumption. Maybe the animals, maybe a pig would eat that, but not a human.
I did not need to pour that much gravy onto it.
Even he's aware.
This is again a slice of smoked salmon.
Which Chaos God, the strongest claim in Cubs' soul. I actually really think he is Chaos Undivided.
Yeah.
There is too much. There's just too much pull in any direction, and as a result, it gives him a free. He could be the next War Master. He just to take on Abaddon.
Already pre-cooked, so all you gotta do is take it out of the packaging and eat it.
He'd probably lose the fight, but it'd be an interesting series of books.
As long as you eat it within the next 5 days of purchasing
Typhus
it, you'll be fine.
would side with this motherfucker.
And
maybe even Lucius.
It said, and I quote,
All right, Billy Boy, you asked for my Venmo link. Where is it?
undercooked or raw food, so if I want to garnish this on my deal here, I'm going to make sure that it's at least cooked. You don't want to come open, YouTube.
Again, nothing. I don't think. I think a Chaos Spawn might be created out of that, but I don't think a Nurglings will come out of that.
Try a pocket
Nurglings too
knife.
obvious. focuses so much other things. Have you seen his rage?
Yeah, there we go.
He's punched so many walls. He's loaded shotguns in a packed building.
Boy, this does not
where
want
there
to
are
come out of
people
the
above
packaging,
him.
dude. Like, bro, I'm trying to make a fucking cooking video, and it's like, nope, screw you.
I love how he blames the inanimate objects for things he
Did we have
fix in
access?
editing.
I think we gained access. Oh, yeah, look at that. That is beautiful. The skin is still on there on the bottom.
It
And
actually
on the top.
is a solid piece of fish. Look how he fucks it up. He fucks up so much good. There are children starving to death in the Gaza Strip, in Ukraine, and, well, not quite in Ukraine yet, but it's going to happen if this war keeps on going, and in Yemen. And this fucker is he's, dude. You love Gordon Ramsay. Gordon would be very disappointed with you. Mango, you know that better than me.
Thank you, Billy Boy Blue.
Oh, you thought that out.
So all I gotta do is just bloop, delicately garnish right there, just like that. And I think that will be what we call a food hack.
Food hack. His idea of a food hack.
That's disgusting.
It's 2 mounds on top of each other. He has created Shemore Hill right outside my window. That is all he has created, but with food. And no Catholic symbolism, I guess. We had another video, but then we spent nearly 4 hours just getting this derailed. And we had so much other stuff that we just got derailed. I'm a bad YouTuber.
Here, listen, we've been having fun, okay?
Oh, I've been having a ball, and unless you are an amazing faker, I imagine
No,
you
this
have
has
to.
been fucking great.
Like, sorry guys, but I almost feel like we should have skipped the whole fucking dynamic of the video for the next time and just vibe. I think we should just vibe for like 4, 5, 6 hours. Fuck it. At this point now, look, I've had a great evening. I hope you all have too. As Mango said, we ain't too far off. We can talk for what, like 5-10 minutes more, and then off we go. So
yeah, because I've got to take the dog out, get ready for Underhaven, all that fun stuff.
Bolt Gun. I actually played Bolt Gun on stream over on Twitch. The completion too, and I saw the new DLCs coming out pretty soon. It's pretty damn awesome, if I do say so myself, because it actually understands what the fuck it's going for. It's going for a 90s style shooter, but 40k, but over the top. Which is, death to heretics. And heretics die. Demons die. Shoot shit. There is a dedicated button where your character has 500 lines, and all of them are death to the heretic in different way. Like, you disgust me. The arm of contempt. Weak and pathetic. The Emperor protects. Over and over and over again. And it's an actual brief buff to your stats. I love that. Because they get it. Because, yeah. And what's more, it ties into the Space Marine game, which is coming out in a month or two. So I hope
Ooh.
we're going to get ourselves a little bit of a cameo from Kato, a character from Multigun, which will be hilarious because we have a really serious story about like a Space Marine stopping a Tyranid invasion, and suddenly the the guy from the Doom game shows up, and he's just blah, 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 kill everything that is not us. He'll just be flung in as this weird like this combine harvester. You know, like he'll just be this death thing, and then we're gonna have to respond to that. And yeah, I'm okay with that if it's done right. Not done right, you know. Anyway, what's it? You mentioned that you're gonna be on stream later on.
Yeah, over on the Underhaven channel, we have a stream scheduled for 10 p.m. Eastern. So you guys can check my giggly ass out over there. And then tomorrow morning, if Lizard is available, he will be joining me for Sunday Fun Day. And it'll be cooking heavy and very gross.
Hey, Aaron Massa, that's fucking dope. And don't forget that, like, if you're watching, if you want to watch Mango, as if any of you came here not knowing who the fuck Mango is, but knowing me, it in theory could happen. Link in the doobly though. But as for me, tomorrow, Bearded Ramblings, episode 16, I think 4, we're having Chesh. I don't think you could say the whole night, but you could say a little bit. And Magicus returning.
Ooh.
We're not quite sure what. All right, quickly, Mango. Is there been anything this week in the Dramaverse, in the Lolcalverse, that really upset shit that we're gonna talk about?
Oh, so Shani was talking about Palestine again,
Mm-hmm.
and she was talking about the people when like everything popped off October 7th. There was this whole thing about, people being R-worded,
Yeah.
and she was like, is there proof of that?
Wait, is she pro or anti-Palestine?
She is for the pay piggies, she is pro Palestine.
Well,
She used to be
good
pro
in
Israel.
the vaguest of sense.
But here's the thing though. She is requesting proof of people being R-worded or else she won't believe it. Ma'am, you literally got expelled from school for accusing the football team and your principal of R-wording you. Shut the fuck
Yeah.
up.
It wasn't that disproven by her own mother, who said that she's just mentally unwell.
Yes.
Yeah. It's weird. It's weird how Shani and Cobes are like polar opposites when it comes to their parents, because like Clint gives too much, but Shani's mom cut her off and backed out.
Well, I mean, her mom enabled her to a certain degree.
But there was a
And
moment.
then, yeah.
Was it when the police showed up?
Well, so her mom was like supporting her all throughout her divorce with Chris.
Hmm.
Shani was living with her, like the boys were living with her. And then on Christmas Eve 2018, after her dad had gone through I think it was knee surgery. Shani physically assaulted her dad.
I did not know that.
And they kicked them out.
Oh. It makes sense. I mean, we all know she assaulted Rev. And then Rev got the restraining order, and then the restraining order was never repealed, and
No,
that
the
piece
restraining
can.
order expired.
But then why was Shani taken away on the body cam footage?
Oh, she actually got released back into the house
So
because
that was a genuine fuck up.
okay, so the November 2019 body cam footage that I got with BGTV,
Yeah.
Shani so what Shani did not do was follow up and make sure that everything was like squared away with that.
That's the one where
Which
Rev
is
hits the cop, right?
yes.
Yeah.
When you have a restraining order in place and it expires or it gets dropped, it is on you, the person that had one or the person that had filed one and let it expire, to make sure that it's properly filed with all sources, right? Because things fall through the cracks. Everyone that works in that area is overworked and underpaid.
So you have to go
They
to every single agency, every single department, and just say,
uh
"Hey,
all you really have to do is just like go down to the police station and be like, "Hi, this is my name. This is the date of the incident in question. Can you let me know whether or not, that is still active in your system?" If they're like, "Yeah, it is," you can be like, "Well, it expired on this date. This is the judge's name." You can call them up and have that sent over, and they're just like, "Oh, okay, cool." Like, it's very easy to do.
all right."
But they never did that. So on the police system, it was still showing an active restraining order, an active order of protection. And all Shani had to do on that day was step outside, talk to the officer, tell them the information that I was just telling you about. And they could have been like, "Okay, well, because it's this late at night, can we have you like go to a hotel? We'll pay for it. You just separate yourself and then talk to the judge in the morning and have that information sent over." It would have been that easy. She chose not to. She
So
chose to put up a fight.
you're saying something that I've never heard this before. Shani was being lazy? Never heard of such a thing.
Shani was, it's not just the laziness. Shani was being combative.
She
That
was
is
making a
why
statement in her mind.
she was making a scene, she was making a statement, she was doing what the fuck ever.
What
And
was the goal?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But because Rev did, punch an officer in the face with his wrist, Rev got taken away. Shani, they
We
decided,
watched that
would be able
part
to go
on
back into
stream.
the house with the boys.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He was. Shani and Rev were shocked of the consequences of hitting a cop. Like it's
And
just.
actually, fun fact, right now I am waiting on the body cam footage from when the responding officers from other departments came over, because
Oh, how many officers were
he
involved? Like 5?
7
How many thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money went into this shit?
a whole bunch.
Yeah. Think of
Allegedly
your
after
healthcare
the
system.
first punch, he got combative with the other officers that showed up.
Have you seen the? I'm saying that like you haven't, because unlike me, like I pick up occasional like hits and bits of like graveyard flowers and shit like that. Um, have you seen the one where he's like flexing his muscle and there's like no muscle there because he's just a fucking skinny boy? And he's like, "I'm not
Yes.
starving." Like that wasn't that long ago, was it? Like, dude.
No, it wasn't.
Dude, you're going to
Rev,
die next to this creature like an anglerfish.
that's the thing. Rev used to have what we call bingo wings. He used to have the flaps
Wait,
under
he
his arms.
actually lost his? That's impressive. In all
Yes.
fairness, that's kind of impressive.
Well, no, it's actually really bad because the way that he lost his was malnutrition.
Yeah, I know, but
His
it
are
means that he
gone because
committed
he's
to it.
being starved.
Yeah, obviously he was being starved. That's what I'm saying. Like he committed himself to a diet, and it paid out in him not having bingo wings anymore. Shani would be very good to listen to. Rev needs to teach Shani how to lose weight. Like it's not complicated.
You just stop eating. You live off of cancer waffles.
You know what we have to wrap up with? You know what we have to wrap up with? It's the G-Man animation with the cookies. Shani. You'll know it when you see it.
I have never seen.
What? Really?
Really?
Oh, don't fake an orgasm at me. I know. Come on.
No, I've genuinely never seen this.
All right, then I will say nothing for the next few minutes. But you'll recognize the audio at least.
I wanted to go on Carrie's channel and talk about this because this was hilarious. I couldn't believe this. The guy looks like he needs a sandwich in a worse way, and she told me to get lost. How can you sit there and say you love your? And then on top of that, Shanny says, "What did Shanny say?" No. It was Rev. Rev called her his wife right in front of me. Now this is a different G-man they're dealing with. I ain't the G-man that's going to be nodding my head and agreeing everything they got to say this time, right? She sat there and called. He called her his wife, and I said, "Dude, that's not your wife. That's your girlfriend."
If you guys lived with me, you would understand.
Yeah, I take a few things every now and then because I'm gonna fucking pass out.
Yes, a few things
really
that
hilarious.
I haven't even partaked in, and then there's nothing left.
So what? I didn't.
Well, maybe I'm saving it for a time I need it instead of eating everything all up at once.
I don't eat the whole thing. I have two.
I'm just saying you're in one of your binge modes.
Are you fucking serious? I barely had any food.
I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm not gonna say anything.
I love how Rev knows there's something wrong, but he can't articulate it.
Anything else because you're not even thinking right.
I'm not on
This
Twitch. I can
animation.
say this. He's cuckolded.
This animation is so well done, but the only thing is Shani has too many teeth.
True.
I have barely had any food today. Are you serious? Seriously, I've barely had any food.
Okay.
I wanted to fill myself up with something because I felt like I was going to pass out.
Well, good. I'd like to fill some food up too and have some things too.
Yes, because you're starving away to a young elephant.
Fuck me.
I mean, you ate up all the freaking peanut butter.
That is like, are you serious, man?
Well, it's like
People get that for me. It's like the only thing I eat, dude.
That's not true.
On a regular fucking basis.
That's not true.
That's what I go to. That's
You
how I
eat
survive, man.
The same things I eat all the time.
Very little amounts. Very small amounts. 1 or 2 cookies, dude.
I'm not talking about cookies.
Well, then what are you talking about? The
I'll do-
pasta?
I'm
I'm
just gonna drop it because you're just gonna be in denial the whole time.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm just gonna drop it. Okay?
Whatever, dude. If I have binge on your fucking treats too much, I'm sorry. I didn't even.
There you go. This is where we fucking lose you. You had every right to say that you're hungry and that the thing you call your wife is fucking devouring everything in sight and that you're dying and that you need help. And the first thing you do is roll over like Jerry from Rick and Morty. What the fuck, man? How can we ever hope to respect you? We were saying this earlier tonight. There was a time, there was a hope where he would just figure this shit out. This was that time where we were pleading at him, dude, just fucking leave her. You're going to die. Mango, you never saw this before?
Okay, I've seen the cookie fight, but I've never seen the animation. And this is just, it's so well done. Sloth Cat does such a phenomenal job on it.
Next time, hell, you're going to be alive and again pretty soon after tonight. Make it clear. Make it clear that you are a sloth cat enjoyer. Give them love. Give them views. As you know, views are very important.
Realizing
You did. There's just a few cookies left, and I'm just like, I barely had any.
Are you serious? I seen you with the milk dunking cookies night after
It
night.
was 2 cookies.
No, night after night, Channy.
It wasn't night after night.
The M&M cookies. Come on.
2 cookies, really?
No, 2 cookies night after night. You've been snacking on them for like weeks.
I haven't been snacking on them for weeks.
Yes, you have.
Okay, Jason.
You have.
Okay, you can say whatever you want. I love the fact that everyone believes that I'm a pig and I starve you.
I had 3 fucking M&M cookies.
Everyone believes that. If there was only physical proof of that. I also love the alternative version of it where she's Jabba the Hutt and he's the little laughing thing. Oh, what was the name of it? I'm really big into Star Wars these days, so I should know better. What's the little pet thing that would laugh anytime Jabba would make like a sentence of death?
I do not know.
But you know the thing I'm talking about, the one that would go like That's
okay. I'm gonna be fully honest with you.
Yeah.
I have only seen
what
episodes.
Salacious Crumb.
I've only seen episodes 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3. Once I was high as shit, and I could not get past the fact that in Star Wars Episode 4, Luke's aunt was not dressed like everyone else inside of the planet. She was dressed in stereotypical 70s garb, and I could not get past it.
Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
Yeah. She was the only one wearing like a floral shirt, denim skirt. Everyone else was in traditional clothing, and she was not.
Maybe she's off-world. There's an early shot of Beru. This is my girlfriend, Beru. Which, that always took me for a thing. To hear the word girlfriend in the Star Wars setting is a bit weird. But I mean, what else was he gonna call her? This is my.
But look at how she was like in episode 4. That is how she was dressed, and I could not get past it because everyone else was in traditional clothing.
So we're talking about a denim jacket and a free-flowing dress. So she's going to be hosting Sunday school when?
Exactly. That was.
Right. I can see the logic. I don't agree, but I can see the logic.
At the same time, though, I was like unmedicated ADHD, so like I just couldn't.
Yeah, she is with Luke.
I was stuck on it like the entire time.
You know what the fun part is? When they remake this, they're gonna get Kate Blanchett to play this character because Helen Mirren would have already died.
Yeah.
3. Like we both know what's the truth here because we lived together until I had 3 M&M cookies. 3. That's the truth. Yeah, I'm sure.
Shani's dismissal.
I sure right.
It's so.
And that's all I need.
Like
I'm sure,
comprehend a world where someone else suffers.
I'd
too.
like to survive some food too. I don't eat that much.
She has
okay,
to be the one
Shannon.
who suffers.
I don't. You eat small amounts, but you eat. But I don't eat that much. Neither do I. Well, good. It's like visible. Neither do I. So okay, this is my problem. Okay, a lot of the times, and this is how my household worked when I was kids, okay? The kids would have a portion of things, okay?
Like, as an Aspie, we're not great at social, but that means we have to learn, which means we can deconstruct it. You must have noticed this early on, the way some people fucking change a narrative so quickly. Mostly, I call it turtle shelling. Right, they're just flipping it over. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying, oh yeah, like I've noticed it. Like right now she's trying to flip over, she's trying to turtle shell, and it doesn't work.
It's too obvious. It's not subtle enough. And frankly, she is too much in the wrong. There's no arbitrary, there's no haze. She didn't cast the fog of war. There isn't too much ifs and buts. Look at Rev, look at Shani, and then ask, who is eating better? You're going to say, obviously, Shani. But then, Shani's like, well, no, because Jason here is and then you'll realize, oh, I shouldn't support you. But after a while, the real moment of a person's culture, of a person's personality, of a person's fucking soul is if they watch enough of Shani and Rev, who do you side with? The answer is no one. But it takes a while for people to realize that both of them are pieces of shit. It's just one is way more obvious than the other. Like, Jesus Christ. And nowadays, Rev is... He's not on par. He'll never be on par with Shan. I heard Shani's latest thing about the whole fucking Palestine thing, and also the Ukraine. Wasn't she talking about like the war in Ukraine recently?
Yes, and actually, I do need to go soon. The dog is itching to go out.
Yeah. All right. So let's wrap this up.
Everyone would get their portion, and then after the portion's done, it's done. There has been a significant amount of times, and I've noticed this,
where you eat 3/4 and I have like a fourth, and then I was trying to save stuff for later when we get a little bit more desperate.
Well, then you got to tell me about that.
You're the problem.
Stop me when I'm eating, if that's the case, because I barely eat.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you that I have given a lot. And
Oh, wow.
He broke down. All right, we'll actually wrap it up here. This is never forget, folks.
The cookie fight was one of the greatest fights they've ever had.
And you never once saw the animation. That is so weird. I mean, you should be friends with Sloth, you know? You probably are. Because you mentioned them, Slothcat. You mentioned them prior, so you're not unknown to them.
I'm aware of Slothcat. Slothcat has been in a few chats that I frequent. Participated when I've been on panel before. Like, Slothcat's been around, but I've never seen this animation from them before.
6 degrees of separation sort of thing.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough. But yeah, that's how I always picture that fight. I know there is footage. I mean, obviously, its audio has been ripped. But to me, it will always be this fight because I don't know. Maybe for one, I always think in the back of my mind, in an alternate reality, G-Man is a sort of like the guy who created Tybo. You know, he's gonna actually teach you how to live a healthy lifestyle. You know, like there's this weird, what was it, like evil universe G-Man? He's like, hey, you believe whatever the hell you want to believe. And no matter what you believe, you still need to eat. Especially you children. Starving kids in Africa, they don't count. They don't count because they ain't Christian. Yeah, they fucking are. They ain't real Christian. But no, fuck G-Man. Unless Raisin's involved, in which case I want to be there in the background. Some sort of muscle or some sort of like dampener. I just want to be there because Raisin's plan is to sit down with G-Man and have a conversation with him. A real conversation with him. Yeah. As the years go on, I kind of get it. I was talking with Chesh about this on Wednesday. I kind it, but he's still a piece of shit. So I'm waiting just for him to fuck up, unless unless has a lot of weight to it.
Oh, I need to run. The dog just peed.
We're just gonna go now. So, you want to promote before we
go? You guys can check me out on Underhaven tonight. Tomorrow morning I'm probably doing something, and that's about all I have.
Yeah. Bye, Raisin. And bye, everyone. See you tomorrow for Bearded Ramblings. I'm